announcements to make. First one, for the ministerial day tomorrow, we have already a list of registered ministers and registered Director General for delivering statements on the declaration. We still have some time for other statements to be made, so we will be opening a registration list at the ICAO booth in the exhibition hall. So for heads of delegation who wish to make a short statement, 2 minutes maximum, you can register on the ICAO booth and we will accommodate as much as possible statements for tomorrow. So we already have ministers listed. We have a number of director generals, but we still have some time. So should your delegation wish to make a short statement on the declaration, you can register to the ICAO booth all day. We will close the list at the end of the day. We will repeat this message because not everybody is in the room, but if you hear it, tell it to your colleagues. Second, you may ask why we have the director of the Air Navigation Bureau delivering a speech at the opening of this day on Security Week. Actually, we've been repeating and repeating security is everyone's responsibility. Now we have to prove it. And in ICAO, we work closely with our colleagues of the Air Navigation Bureau on a number of cross-cutting issues: cybersecurity, dangerous goods, cargo security, and many of them, so conflict zones and others. So we wanted to have the director of the Air Navigation Bureau deliver a speech to explain how the Air Navigation Bureau is taking into account the security and cybersecurity constraints and provisions into their 12,000 standards across 16 different annexes to make sure that security is effectively everyone's responsibility. So thank you very much for Ms. Merkel to have accepted to participate despite her crazy agenda, participate in our Security Week. Thank you very much. Now I will leave the floor to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I trust that you found yesterday's sessions insightful and that those who attended the gala dinner had an enjoyable evening. As we embark on day 2 of the ICAO Security Week 2024, please note that unlike yesterday, today's sessions will be conducted simultaneously across 4 halls: the Muscat Hall, the Salala Hall, Nizwa, and Matrah. While the primary language of the conference is in English, simultaneous interpretation in 6 official ICAO languages is available in both the Muscat Hall as well as the Salala Hall, but only these 2 halls. To facilitate smooth transitions, we will pause briefly after each session, allowing you to move between halls as needed. For any medical needs, a medical room staffed with a doctor and nurses is available at the back of the hall over there. Please do not hesitate to seek assistance if required. We extend our sincere gratitude to our sponsors, whose support has been instrumental in making this conference possible. Our strategic sponsor, Ministry of Heritage and Tourism, our gold sponsor, NACTEC and Secureport, the silver sponsor, Anqa, and the bronze sponsor, Salam Air. Before we commence today's session, it is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Michelle Merkel, who has been serving as the Director of the Air Navigation Bureau at the International Civil Aviation Organization since July 2023. With over 35 years of experience in aviation, Ms. Merkel has dedicated her career to enhancing the safety, capacity, and efficiency of the global aviation system. Her expertise encompasses systems engineering and human factors, contributing significantly to the development, evaluation, and implementation of advanced aviation systems and concepts. Prior to joining ICAO, Ms. Merkel held several executive and managerial positions at the United States Federal Aviation Administration, where she led initiatives to modernize the U.S. air traffic management system and integrate new entrants. She holds a master's degree in industrial engineering and operations research. At ICAO, Ms. Merkel is responsible for delivering safety and air navigation strategic outcomes, integrating security and environmental requirements into ICAO standards and recommended practices and procedures for air navigation services. She is committed to fostering innovation and assisting member states and industry stakeholders in addressing complex aviation challenges to achieve greater operational efficiencies and realize the vision of one ICAO. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Michelle Merkel to the stage to give her opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here, and I'd like to thank our gracious hosts here in Oman for inviting me to speak today and talk about ICAO's global plans and how they define the strategy for aviation safety, security, and air navigation, and how they address the challenges. Let's see. Sure I go the right way here. Let's see. There we go. Okay, go back one. All righty, there we go. Now I figure out how to use this. How they address the challenges in this new era of aviation. So the COVID-19 pandemic caused the worst crisis in international civil aviation since World War II and the inception of ICAO. However, traffic growth has resumed, and it's projected to increase significantly, as you can see from the forecast of future passenger and cargo travel. To put this growth in perspective, it took 40 years after the beginning of ICAO to reach the threshold of 1 billion passengers a year. That was in 1985, and less than 20 years later, that number doubled from 1 billion to 2 billion passengers per year, and now, just 15 years later, has increased to 4.6 billion passengers, and that number is anticipated to almost triple by 2050. These impressive growth figures will present enormous challenges for international civil aviation, and still, aviation is expected to move passengers and goods around the globe quicker than ever before. This growth will be boosted by a new set of airspace operators and new types of aircraft, everything from small unmanned aircraft to urban air mobility to upper atmospheric supersonic and hypersonic aircraft that are being developed today and which will demand air navigation services in the future. In support of these new airspace users and aircraft types, employment will grow rapidly and the global GDP could double by 2040. But despite this scenario, society in general and the aviation community in particular have the same or even higher expectations in terms of performance. They expect a cleaner and greener system thanks to aviation's commitment to protecting the environment. Safety's paramount, and while civil aviation is the safest mode of air transport today, with the evolution of the air navigation system will make it even safer. But this evolution will bring new threats to aviation, so we need to take a proactive approach to ensure that the system remains secure and resilient to new disruptions. And all of this will be undertaken in a cost-effective way for all stakeholders through innovation and the right investment at the right time. This is the future of flying. Safer, cleaner, cheaper, and key to power the social well-being of all peoples of the world. ICAO's mission is to enhance the safety, security, economic development, and environmental sustainability for a growing aviation system. And enabling technologies such as increasingly autonomous systems and artificial intelligence will bring new capabilities to the aviation industry and will enable aircraft and the air traffic management systems to perform more complex tasks. And we cannot forget that connectivity is a given for the evolution of the system. Anything that can be connected will be connected. This provides many alternatives to the way we currently design our infrastructure. The infrastructure in the future with connectivity can be more flexible and more affordable, but it also brings high-level considerations such as aviation's approach to cybersecurity, for example. And the shift from an environment in which every piece of information needs to be human readable to an environment where machine readability is essential to translate the mountains of data into information and intelligence for human decision making, that's the new norm. Humans no longer need to play the double role of computational engine and decision maker. However, even in this environment, the human remains. The human is essential as part of the design and management of the systems. Humans are necessary to make innovations that meet unique situational needs that can't be anticipated in the design of systems. And we have to recognize that besides a system of systems, aviation is a business of businesses, highly dependent on each other vertically, from airspace users to airport operators to air navigation service providers, as well as connected vertically in competition for market shares. Oh, and let's not forget the regulator, right? The regulator will continue to play an important role as they do today, but we need to move to more flexible regulations and away from these specific standards that describe in great detail the technical content. The regulatory framework should facilitate innovation to meet performance requirements and support the evolution of the system. And to do that, first, let's start talking about the GAMP. Acknowledging that aviation has entered a new era and that the future is not an extrapolation of the past, but emerges to face future challenges, the Global Air Navigation Plan, or the GAMP, responds to these challenges. In aviation's fast and ever-changing landscape, achievable, sustainable growth of international air transport relies on a highly performing and seamless global air navigation system. The GAMP brings the aviation community together to achieve an agile, safe, secure, sustainable, high-performing, and interoperable global air navigation system. The content of the GAMP is organized into a multi-layer structure with each layer tailored to different audiences. This allows for better communication with both high-level and technical managers, with the objective that no state or stakeholder is left behind. The four-layer structure is made up of a global, being a strategic and technical level, as well as regional and national levels, and it provides a framework for alignment of the regional, sub-regional, and national air navigation plans. The four-layer structure facilitates decision-making by providing a stable strategic direction while at the same time providing relevance of the technical content that's updated more quickly. To enable different stakeholders to access and use this relevant information, all four levels of the GAMP have been made available via a printer-friendly, interactive, web-based platform called the GAMP portal, and you can see the link there. This platform ensures a common entry point and consistency across the four levels of the GAMP. Development in collaboration with and for the benefit of stakeholders, the GAMP is a key contributor to the achievement of ICAO's strategic objectives and has an important role to play in supporting the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. A key goal that relates to the UN SDG goals is Goal 9, to build a resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. ICAO has developed other global plans for the specific areas of safety, the Global Air Safety Plan, the GASP, and for air navigation, for aviation security as well, the GASP. So now we'll talk about the GASP. The purpose of the GASP is to continually reduce fatalities and the risk of fatalities associated with accidents by guiding the harmonized development and implementation of regional and national aviation safety plans. States, regions, and industry facilitate the implementation of the strategy presented in the GASP through the regional and national safety plans. The GASP seeks to assist states, regions, and industry in their respective aviation planning by establishing a global safety strategy, including goals, targets, and indicators, by providing a framework for the development and implementation of the RASP and the NASPs, by providing guidance for the development of action plans to support the RASP and NASPs, by providing guidance for the development of action plans to support the implementation of the RASPs and NASPs through the use of a global aviation safety roadmap, and by providing a methodology to guide the identification of safety risks, operational challenges, and the development of safety goals, targets, and indicators through the use of a standardized framework. The GASP contains an aspirational safety goal to achieve and maintain zero fatalities in commercial operations by 2030 and beyond. This goal is deemed aspirational as it represents an ambition in achieving an even safer aviation system. And the year 2030 has been selected because it's anticipated that's when traffic volume will double from today. It's also the target year presented in the UN SDGs agenda for sustainable development. The GASP is aligned with the timelines of the UN SDG because it contributes to the achievement of those goals. And a series of goals, targets, and indicators support this aspirational safety goal. So now I'll talk about how these three different plans relate. In recognizing that the GASP will be presented in detail later on, I only want to highlight here how I see the three plans complementing each other because the session immediately after this will go into detail on the GASP. But collaboration between the three global plans is critical to foster a proactive approach to managing aviation safety, security, and air navigation to ensure an integrated and performance-based evolution of air transport. Safety is critical when planning implementation of air navigation operational improvements in line with the GAMP to determine if these improvements can be implemented in a safe manner. The GASP complements the GAMP by providing states and industry with the tools to implement a safety management approach through their state safety programs and safety management system. The GAMP, through the evolution of the system described in the conceptual roadmap and the operational improvements detailed in the technical frameworks, supports the goals of the GASP and the GASIP by enhancing safety and security of air navigation as reflected in the performance ambitions. Safety and security are of paramount importance in aviation, and they're interrelated. The traveling public's perception of a safe aviation system is also linked to how secure the system is. Fatalities that result from the acts of unlawful interference affect the public's perception of aviation safety. The GASIP is a strategic document for use by member states, industry, and ICAO to guide their aviation security enhancement efforts and to ensure full and effective implementation of Annex 17. It aims to achieve key priority outcomes, such as developing a security culture and improving our oversight. The GASP goals and targets support the GASIP by providing best practices and models that can be as effective in managing security as they are in managing safety. The global plans share common points, yet they maintain their independent identities, and this is done for a reason. As global plans, each of them presents a global framework for member states and industry stakeholders in guiding the establishment of priorities in aviation safety, security, and air navigation. They define the global strategy for the aviation community to improve safety, security, and air navigation, and efficiency and capacity as well. They demonstrate the aviation community's unwavering collective determination to strengthen safety, security, and air navigation worldwide. And each plan is built for purpose, which means they're different, but that's not a bad thing. The GASP addresses fundamentals. They're dynamic in nature due to the ever-evolving aviation context and emerging safety risks. Hence, its time horizon is nearer term to address those changing safety risks. And this results in, shorter term due to the changing and safety risks, as opposed to the GAMP, which is longer term because it's more about strategic long-term planning. The GAMP supports stakeholders in planning the implementation of basic services and new operational improvements in a scalable and cost-effective manner according to specific operational needs and performance needs, while entertaining interoperability of systems and harmonization of procedures. It provides high-level strategic direction for decision makers to drive the global evolution of the air navigation system. So as you can see, this is a longer-term effort than the work that we do in the GASP. The GASIP is more similar to the GASP. It provides a strategic document for use by member states, industry, and ICAO to guide their aviation security enhancement efforts to full and effective implementation of Annex 17. But unlike air navigation, and similar to safety, security threats are ever-changing, and this explains the needs to update that plan more frequently as well. So the Air Navigation Conference highlighted the need to continue to enhance collaboration between the plans and the expert groups. Collaboration between these plans is critical to foster a proactive approach to managing aviation safety, security, and air navigation, and to ensure an integrated and performance-based evolution of air transport. With that, I thank you for your attention and look forward to the rest of Security Week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Merkel, for your opening remarks to begin day 2 of the conference. As we continue, I'd like to inform everyone about the sessions beginning across the other halls. In the Salala Hall, the first session is titled Civil-Military Coordination, Collaboration and Innovation for Secure Operations. In the Nazwa Hall, the session is titled UN Counterterrorism Landscape, Enhancing the Interagency Coordination and Coherence to Safeguard the Skies. In Matrah Hall, the session is titled Beyond the Breach, Building Robust Security and Emergency Response Frameworks for Airports. Here in the Muscat Hall, we will start with the session on the Global Aviation Security Plan, the GASAP, as Ms. Merkel had mentioned. This session focuses on the second edition of GASAP. Our distinguished panel of experts will discuss the challenges and opportunities for advancing the GASAP. They will share insights into the unique perspectives of progressing each global priority area. This session will be moderated by Mr. Ricardo Fernandez, the Aviation Security Senior Officer and National Civil Aviation Security Inspector in the Facilitation and Security Directorate at the Portuguese Civil Aviation Authority. Mr. Ricardo Fernandez has served as Aviation Security Senior Officer and National Civil Aviation Security Inspector at the Portuguese Civil Aviation Authority since July 2013. In this role, he supports the Director of Facilitation and Security at the Portuguese Civil Aviation Authority on policy and strategic analysis related to civil aviation security. He is an active member of the aviation security community, currently serving as the Vice Chairperson of the ICAO's AFSEC panel, Rapporteur of the ICAO AFSEC panel task force on GASAP, and a member of various international and European aviation security working groups. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ricardo Fernandez, who will moderate this informative session on the Global Aviation Security Plan. Please let's give him a warm welcome to the podium.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor to join you today as a moderator in this distinguished roundtable discussion on the second edition of the Global Aviation Security Plan. Allow me to thanks to the opportunity to lead this session, which promises to be a very insightful session. Today we are privileged to have with us a distinguished group of panelists who bring unparalleled expertise and unique perspectives. Together, they will guide us in understanding concrete actions required to drive progress to achieving the global aspirational goal, the associated milestones, and advancing each of the 6 global priority areas outlined in the GASAP. So let me introduce our esteemed panelists. So we have Ms. Laura Cook, the Deputy Director of Aviation Security International Operations, that will guide us in the global priority area, sharing her vision and enhancing risk awareness and response. Ms. Andrea Brunner, expert from Austria Federal Ministry of Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology, that will provide her insights on global priority 2 of the GAZEP, maintaining a strong and effective security culture. Mr. David Willing, Manager of Security Regulation at New Zealand Civil Aviation Authority, will delve into global priority area 2 at the critical role of human factor in aviation security. Mr. Francesco Faiulu, Policy Officer at the European Commission Directorate General for Mobility and Transport, that will discuss the global priority 4, focusing on improving technological resources and fostering innovation. Mr. Andrew Karasik, Director of U.S. Transport Security Administration, will share his perspective on global priority area 5, emphasizing the need for improved oversight and quality assurance. And Mr. Jamel Dridi, Aviation Security and Facilitation Expert at African Civil Aviation Commission, that will round out the discussion with the Global Priority 6, highlighting the importance of increasing cooperation and support. So let me... Okay. So moving to the presentation of an overview of the GAZEP. So the GAZEP, the first edition of the GAZEP, was approved by the ICAO Council in November of 2017. Since then, several recommendations for its revision come from the first one from the last assembly, ICAO assembly, from the ICAO Office of Internal Oversight, from the ICAO AFSEC panel, and also from the ICAO AFSEC panel task force on the Global Aviation Security Plan. As a result of these recommendations and subsequent work of the GAZEP task force, the second edition of the GAZEP was approved by the Council, by the ICAO Council, in June of this year. Regarding the principles that guide the task force on the revision of the GAZEP, the first principle is that the GAZEP should not introduce a new or additional requirement or measures. The GAZEP should serve as a tool to help states' efforts to achieving full compliance with the Annex 17. The GAZEP should have an approach as a strategic document and not a tactical document, and aims to trigger political will and raise the profile of aviation security. The GAZEP is a global tool and should be a global tool designed to strengthen security and ensure sustainable growth, and also encourage sharing of experience and best practices among states to ensure the sustainable growth, and also helped the states to enhance and to achieve the full compliance of the Annex 17. Regarding the revision of the GAZEP, the revision aimed to make the GAZEP simple, streamlined, clear, and concise, making it more visual, incorporating diagrams and graphics, ensuring that it remains strategic in nature, strengthening, adjusting, and refreshing the previous edition, removing and reproposing the content of the first edition with examples of actions, and removing the roadmap that was part of the first edition, as it contained too many priority actions and tasks without a clear indicators and rationale. The GAZEP, as a strategic document, aspires to be ambitious. So the revised GAZEP includes one aspirational goal, that is to achieve and maintain a strong global aviation security system that is underpinned by full and effective implementation of ICAO aviation security standards in all member states. To monitor the progress towards the aspirational goal, ICAO and states will use the effective implementation sustainability indicator as assessed by the Universal Security Audit Program Continuous Monitoring Approach, the USAP CMA. One of the key features of the new GAZEP are the global priority areas. The second edition of the GAZEP established 6 global priority areas on which states, industry, and other stakeholders may focus their efforts in pursuit of the aspirational goal. The first global priority area, the global priority area 1, is to enhance risk awareness and response. The global priority 2 is to maintain a strong and effective security culture. The global priority 3 is to develop and promote the role of human factors. The global priority 4 is to improve technological resources and foster innovation. The global priority area 5 is to improve oversight and quality assurance. And the last one, the global priority area is to increase cooperation and support. So please note that these areas are not entirely new. So in fact, 5 of these global priority areas were adapted from the priority outcomes of the first edition of the GAZEP, as they still be relevant and important with the addition of a new priority area, the priority area 3, related to the human factors to address the request made by the last ICAO Assembly to put a great focus and emphasis on human factors in the GAZEP. For each global priority area, the second edition of the GAZEP includes also examples of actions that state stakeholders in industry can consider in efforts to meet the aspirational goal. Second edition of the GAZEP also introduced milestones, which refer to fixed points in time in 2027, 2030, and 2033, with a desired goal of effective implementation level for states to reach and or surpass on their way to meet the aspirational goal. Highlighted in green is the aspirational goal that is for all states. I know that perfection is probably not possible, but we need to be ambitious, so this is why the aspirational goal will be always the full implementation of ICAO aviation security standards. The path in orange represent the milestones. The milestones years that will be reassessed regularly every 3 years with the objective to ensuring that it is sufficiently ambitious but also realistic. So the first milestones will be in 2027 with 65% of states reach or surpass 75% of effective implementation. The second one, 2030, 80% of states to reach or surpass 75% of effective implementation. And in 2033, 100% of states to reach or surpass 75% of effective implementation. So given that today 46% of states, and we are talking about 87 states, achieve or surpass 75% of effective implementation, it is realistic and ambitious to say that we can expect almost a 20% increase, so that in 2027, the next milestones will be 65% of states, almost 126 states to reach or surpass 75% of effective implementation on this milestone that will be in 2027. So what is next? Looking ahead will be important to have a communication plan to advocacy and advocacy campaign to raise awareness and to support the plan. So this session is a good example on how to raise the awareness of this new plan of the second edition of the GAZEP, will be also important to encourage the sharing of experience and best practices by states and also by organizations, and sharing non-confidential information to facilitate learning and improvement. It will be important to have tools to help monitor the success and address challenge in the implementation of this global plan, and also will be important to encourage the experience sharing using the template that can be found in the appendix of this global plan, of the second edition of the global plan. So this is only just the beginning. We anticipate more developments and improvements as we move forward in the implementation of this new edition of this global plan. So thank you, and I think you can move to the next part of our session. I will join to our moderators, to our speakers, sorry.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here at the conference and with you all today and participating in this panel. As was said, I am Laura Cook and I have the pleasure of leading the UK Department for Transport's Aviation Security International Operations team. And my role here today is to introduce Global Priority 1 of the GAZEP, which is all around enhancing risk awareness and response. And if I may, I'd like to start with a reflection. As the global aviation security leadership community in this room, we are fundamentally risk managers. What do I mean by that? Well, we've heard over the course of yesterday and again further today that aviation continues to be a totemic target for terrorists and those who wish to cause harm to our citizens, our economies, and our values. And it's our role to find the balance between defeating the threat and allowing our aviation industry and connectivity to flourish. And we do that by developing policies and establishing security measures to counter that threat. And we need these to be effective, proportionate, and sustainable. It is all about balance, and it is our role to find that balance and maintain the balance. And we can really only do that if we are able to clearly identify, understand, and manage the risks that we face across the whole aviation system. So this encompasses passengers, baggage, cargo, and mail. And that's one of the reasons why enhancing risk awareness and response is the first of the 6 global priorities in the GAZEP. Panelists yesterday talked about many of the risk areas that we need to remain mindful of, and the first step, therefore, for all of us is in establishing a risk management framework and methodology. For states, the methodology should allow for the assessment of national risks at our own airports and also for risks inbound to our states. And it's a requirement under Annex 17 for us all to keep under constant review the level and nature of the threat to civil aviation within our territories and our airspaces above us, and establish and implement policies and procedures to adjust relevant elements of our national civil aviation security programs based upon a security risk assessment carried out by the relevant national authorities. The establishment of this risk management framework and methodology is also vitally important for our industry partners, because risk assessments need to also be carried out at the local level, where there might be specific localized issues that need to be factored into our overall assessment. There's lots of work in this area on the Aviation Security Panel's Working Group on Threat and Risk, and they follow an established risk management process to produce the Global Risk Assessment and the Aviation Security Global Risk Context Statement. These are really useful tools that can be used by us all as states to inform our own national risk assessments. And the UK has been a proud, long contributor to this work, as we believe that a clear understanding of risk is essential to good policy making. There is in here, however, quite a crucial point for us all to reflect on from this work. The residual risks identified in the risk context statement are based on the global Annex 17 baseline, which is mitigating globally averaged risks. It assumes that all standards are fully implemented. The GAZEP exists as a strategy, as we know that many are not. You, as national leaders in this room today, will be far better aware of your local risk context than the global average. And therefore, we must all be aware that many of the risks that we face as a global community are not consistently managed, and it is a call on us to respond to change this. Risk awareness and response is not only for states and industry, and ICAO has a big role to play as well. In ICAO, risk is a key component of decision-making and operational delivery, but it is an area where we can continue to improve by truly embedding risk-based prioritization onto our efforts to develop and maintain Annex 17 and what it's trying to achieve. The UK is proud to be leading work on this within the Annex 17 panel to ensure that the limited global resource that we all have is used to the best possible effect. The final reflection that I wanted to kind of share with you all today, and an area that I think is hugely important in relation to risk awareness, is the two-way sharing of information between government and industry, both in the development of a collective understanding of risk and in the development of appropriate risk mitigations. This effective two-way communication also allows industry to keep governments informed of the operational parameters and constraints where they exist in delivering effective aviation security, as well as key information on security incidents or occurrences that might be indicative of wider trends that we need to be able to respond to. And that just leaves me with a final reflection to share with you, which is at the end of the day, we are all working towards the same goal of keeping our aviation system, our airports, our aircraft, and our people secure. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Laura. So before we go to the next panelist, so I want to highlight that, as you mentioned, threats and risk in security evolving. This is why one of the outcomes of the revision of the GAZEP is that the GAZEP will review every 3 years. Not only to reassess the milestones, but also to take in consideration the evolution of threats and risk for civil aviation. So now I give you the floor to you, Andrea. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. Good morning, everyone, Your Excellencies, distinguished participants. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank ICAO for the invitation and the Sultanate of Oman for hosting this prestigious event. As Ricardo already mentioned, my name is Andrea Brunner. I'm an aviation security and legal expert and a National Aviation Security Auditor working for the Austrian Ministry for Transport. I have the honor to talk about a topic that is central to the protection and success of the civil aviation industry: how to maintain a strong and effective security culture. In an era of ever-evolving threats, it's crucial that every individual involved in civil aviation understands the role in maintaining a safe and secure environment for passengers, staff, and the general public. At its core, security in civil aviation is about more than just the technology and procedures in place. It's about fostering a mindset, a culture that prioritizes security at every level. Sorry, I don't know how to get to the first slide. Okay. So, a strong security culture begins at the top. Leadership is the foundation upon which the entire organization's security philosophy is built. Executives, managers, and department heads must actively demonstrate their commitment to security, not only by enforcing policies, but by embodying security in their actions and decisions. When leadership prioritizes security, it sends a clear message to all employees that security is everyone's concern and non-negotiable. This creates an environment where security is viewed not as a task, but as a responsibility that is integral to every aspect of aviation operations. But a robust security culture is only as strong as the knowledge of the people within the organization. This makes training and continuous education essential. So here we see the connection to Global Priority Area 3. It's not enough to simply conduct one-time training sessions. Given the rapidly changing nature of threats, including amongst others cyber attacks and insider threat, security training must be an ongoing process. Employees need to be well versed in the latest security protocols, but they also need to understand the rationale behind these measures. This helps foster a sense of ownership and responsibility. By emphasizing the why of security measures, we ensure that all employees feel empowered to make informed decisions, report suspicious activities, and act confidently in any situation. An effective security culture also thrives on open communication. Employees must feel comfortable reporting security concerns without fear of retaliation or dismissal. This can be accomplished by creating clear channels for communication, whether through anonymous reporting systems, regular feedback sessions, or employee forums. The goal is to create an environment where security-related concerns can be raised promptly and all employees understand that their input is valued. Open communication ensures that potential risks can be addressed before they escalate, and it reinforces the idea that security is a collective effort. In addition to training and communication, it is important to foster a proactive security mindset throughout the workforce. This means encouraging employees to actively look for security threats rather than merely responding to incidents when they occur. Security shouldn't be reactive, it should be anticipatory. A proactive mindset encourages a sense of vigilance where individuals are always thinking ahead and considering potential vulnerabilities, which brings us back to what Laura said. In today's aviation landscape, technology plays a crucial role in maintaining security, and you will hear more about this from Francesco. However, technology alone cannot create a secure environment. It is only when the technology is supported by trained, vigilant personnel and a culture that prioritizes security that it becomes truly effective. Security systems should complement the people behind them, not replace them. Finally, maintaining a strong security culture is an ongoing effort. Security threats are constantly evolving, and so too must our strategies. Regular audits, evaluations, and updates to policies and procedures are essential to ensure that the aviation sector remains ahead of emerging risks. A culture of continuous improvement means that the organizations are never complacent. They are always refining the security protocols, investing in the latest training, and adopting best practices from around the world. This mindset allows the aviation industry to remain adaptable and resilient in the face of changing challenges. And here we have our connection to Global Priority Areas 5 and 6. In conclusion, maintaining a strong and effective security culture in civil aviation requires a collective effort. We strive to create an aviation environment where security is not just a set of rules to follow, but an integral part of our daily operations. Let's remember that a strong security culture in aviation is not something we achieve once and forget about. It is a continuous commitment, one that requires vigilance, collaboration, and an unwavering dedication to the protection of passengers and the broader community. I hope I've given you an idea of some of the key components of an effective security culture, and I'm looking forward to the discussions with the rest of our panel members here. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Andrea. So I think you can give the floor to David, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Willeen, and I'm here today to talk about Global Priority 3 and human factors. Before I get into that, firstly, thank you to the Sultanate of Oman for hosting this event. Welcome to the dignitaries Excellencies, honoured guests and colleagues from around the world who've come to be here to hear some of these subjects that have been discussed across the multiple rooms in this rather marvellous convention centre. So human factors are recognised globally as being of extremely important to aviation security. But it's important for us to understand why that is the case. Human factors weren't just considered a global priority because the Council asked us to insert them into a strategic level document. The Secretary-General, in a speech back in July, noted also that human factors were of strategic imperative to the importance of aviation safety and security globally. At the headline level, human factors are about humans and behaviours. They're about how people do things. They're about why people do things, and it's about what can be done to support and optimise people's performance. Human factors are considered in industries throughout the world, not just aviation. Engineering industries such as oil and gas, the healthcare industry with surgeons performing critical life-saving operations on a daily basis, defence forces, all already consider human factors and how they can contribute to enhanced performance. Within the aviation construct, they're widely recognised and well researched in fields such as crew resource management, maintenance resource management, and yet we're only just starting to speak about the importance of them in the aviation security space over the past 2 or 3 years. They're widely recognised by aviation professionals as critical to safe operation of an aircraft and ensuring people go home to their families safely every day. And make no mistake, security is about safety. We do security to achieve safe outcomes. So recognising that, a question that I pose for everyone here. If it is regarded as such significant importance to the safety of air travel due to its impact and critical decision making, should the same weight and importance also be given to human factors in the aviation security space? Yesterday's speakers commented that we're currently in a world of fast-paced innovation, fast-paced technology changes, and that there was a real need to focus on non-technology solutions as well as the technology solutions that can support a safe and secure system and positive outcomes. We also heard that security culture underpins everything, but I would ask, what underpins security culture? People and humans are our biggest assets and will continue to be. Investment in human factors will add significant value to the performance of the aviation security system and the safety of civil aviation. With the aspirational goal that was talked about of 0 fatalities in the aviation system by 2030, there is no chance that within the aviation security space we cannot give weight to human factors as being critical to its success. The people in our system include developers, screening point designers, workers, pilots, screeners, and regulators, and all of these have critical decision-making responsibilities and accountabilities. And as such, they can be impacted continuously by human factors such as distraction, lack of teamwork, fatigue, lack of resources, pressures, stress, lack of awareness, and many other higher-level human factors that contribute directly to human performance. Each of those factors also has a number of sub-factors beneath which, all of which create a complex web of interoperability that has a massive impact on whether or not our performance as security professionals and safety professionals will be either positive or negative. None of these human factors occur in isolation. All of them affect each other in various ways and to varying degrees. It's also important to recognise that the work we do inherently involves interaction with other people. The human factors that impact us will also impact the public, and the human factors that they are exposed to that could impact how they present at a screening point on a daily basis will impact the performance of our ability to screen effectively and ensure the continued safety of civil aviation. Because human factors do not occur in isolation and are so instrumental to our success, they contribute strongly to our sense of situational awareness. and we need to consider them holistically at a whole-of-system level. It is incredibly important for all involved with AVSEC to put human performance at the forefront of systems, regardless of the degree to which technology is relied on within any individual state system. Human factors are not just for pilots. The same concepts that apply for pilots also apply for professionals in the aviation security fields. My view and belief is that human factors is the thread that binds all of the global priorities together and underpins a very strong and robust security culture that supports safe outcomes. So believing this, and if it is a shared view that human factors is critical to success and performance, the question I leave you with is, what conditions and environment do we need to collectively create to elevate the importance of human factors in the aviation security space? Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. So now I give the floor to Francesco.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm delighted to be here and share this prestigious stage with such distinguished panelists. I should thank the ICAO Secretariat for this kind invitation and, of course, congratulate the Omani authorities for hosting this outstanding event. I have the honor of working as policy officer in the security unit of the European Commission's Directorate General for Mobility and Transport since 2013. And I'm responsible for developments in the policy in aviation security and as well as in the coordination of the European Commission inspection program covering more than 400 airports in the European Union. I've been asked to elaborate on global priority number 4, dealing with technological improvements, resources, and fostering innovation. I would like to share with you the experience of the European Union in delivering this global priority. We have included this deliverable into the higher aviation security strategy. And in early 2013, we have issued a staff working document that confirmed the positive achievements of the EU aviation security system after 20 years of experience, but it also flagged outstanding issues and the root causes, but identified as well potential remedy options together with the likely impacts whenever possible. We have identified 3 main work streams to work on. The first one is better drafting the aviation security implementing rules. Our system is highly regulated, very in detail, and this is one of the critical areas to foster understanding and easy and seamless implementation. The second is creating a future-proof baseline for aviation security in the Union. And the third one is boosting the development and uptake of innovation. In order to assist the European Commission in elaborating on the future of this deliverable, we have created a task force on aviation security innovation with the objective of advising on potential policy changes relevant to aviation security innovation. We want to implement a future-proof technology baseline, fostering acceptable alternatives for smaller airports and accelerating the adoption of innovative security practices. We have just launched a first triennial plan, strategic plan for 25-27, marking the start of transitioning from strategy into actual action. By establishing standardized procedures, setting technology adoption timelines, and working closely with stakeholders, we want to strengthen Europe's aviation security infrastructure, create a resilient, adaptable framework that keeps pace with emerging threats and supports our role as European Union to contribute to the global aviation security environment. The next and conclusive slide, I will elaborate on action number 3, so boosting the development and uptake of innovation. Future-proof AFSEC baseline is about adopting new technology, planning and monitoring, and establishing a robust future-proof security baseline for passenger and baggage screening across 400 European Union airports. This objective addresses the need for advanced screening technology and processes that align with the EU aviation security strategy, ensuring high-performance detection capability and resilience against evolving threat. Second objective is AFSEC detection standards. This objective aims to establish and harmonize detection performance requirements to ensure the consistent and effective implementation of advanced aviation security measures across EU member states. Central to this objective is the development of standardized process for creating and updating detection standards, fostering the systematic and transparent integration of innovative screening technology into our framework. Third area is innovative processes, thinking outside the box concepts. This objective emphasizes the importance of fostering innovation in aviation security by exploring forward-thinking processes that go beyond traditional methods. This objective is rooted in the belief that the evolving threat landscape and advancements in technology require proactive, imaginative approach to security measures. We want to enhance the efficiency, effectiveness, and resilience of aviation security operations across EU member states. Through the development and implementation of recognized security measures, the promotion of real-world testing via structured trial programs, and the incorporation of design principles that embed security into systems from the outset, this objective seeks to drive meaningful improvements. Cybersecurity is also a key focus, ensuring that digital vulnerabilities are addressed in tandem with physical security measures. To conclude, international cooperation is a transversal objective for us, focusing on strengthening collaboration between the European Union, the member states, and international partners in alignment with our aviation security strategy. The objective is to harmonize aviation security measures, standards, and practices. Recognizing the global nature of aviation and the interconnectedness of security challenges, this objective aims to foster partnerships that promote mutual recognition, alignment of standards, and the sharing of best practices to address emerging threats effectively. We want to integrate developments of key international organizations that are members of the group, such as the ICAO and ICAO, while also engaging with external international partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francesco. So now I'll give the floor to Andrew, please.
Hello. That's me. Andrew Karasek. I'm from the United States Transportation Security Administration. I'm the director of our multilateral policy and engagement branch. It means we engage a lot multilaterally with ICAO. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to participate in this particular panel and speak about the GASSET. So priority area number 5, establishment and maintain effective quality control and oversight processes globally, nationally, locally, which are critical in delivering sustainable, effective aviation security. In a room full of regulators and operators, I don't think I need to spend much time trying to convince anybody that oversight and quality control is important. But I do think this is a good opportunity for us to reflect on why it's important. So yesterday, Bernard Lim proposed to us that security is a choice. Well, I think we choose security. That's why we're all here. We chose security by signing or having our state sign the Chicago Convention, and in doing so, agreeing to implement all of the annexes to the Chicago Convention, including Annex 17. In Annex 17, it asks us, perhaps we can even go as far as say it obligates us to have quality control and oversight. But we should ask ourselves when we are using and allocating our limited resources is, why oversight? Or what happens if there isn't oversight? Again, it's somewhat of a rhetorical question because I think we all know what happens if there's no oversight. Our policies, our procedures, our training, our security culture, perhaps everything doesn't end up aligning the way it is all planned. If we don't have oversight and we're not looking at that, we inadvertently create vulnerabilities, such as this. Is there a way to put the slides back on? Perhaps not. Oh, we create vulnerabilities if we don't have oversight. And it's important we provide the oversight, and we find the things that aren't working before those who want to beat our system find them instead. The worst time to find that our system doesn't work is when active and unlawful interference is successful. Hijacking, taking down of the aircraft, the events that happened on September 11th in 2001, these are just examples. If we are not trying to find these weaknesses and vulnerabilities ahead of those who are trying to accomplish them, then we learn too late. One of the things we tend to do in order to prevent that is we audit. We audit, we audit, we audit. ICAO audits. It's a very important layer in the overall security system to have audits. The USAP program is important. It provides us with a view, a perspective on how our system looks from a global perspective and compares to one another. However, that's just one layer. The frequency of USAP audits are years in between. If we wait and rely on that alone, we might miss the vulnerabilities that are created within our system because we're not looking ourselves. So it's very important that we establish audit systems, but not audits alone. Auditing is not the only way to have quality control. Auditing is not the only way to do oversight. We could do assessments, we could do inspections, training. We can invite each other, perhaps, to look at each other's systems to give perspective. I want to point out a program some of you are already aware of through industry. Airports Council International has a program called Apex in Security, where they, with the airport level, voluntarily invite teams of peers to come into their airport and then do an assessment to look at how that airport is functioning in its roles of security. Sorry, you missed the slide when I was talking about audits. We audit, audit, audit for everybody. So back to Apex and security. What ACI will do is bring a team of peers to the airport, evaluate their security system, and give them recommendations so that airport, and together hopefully with the regulators, can take that perspective as a consultancy and determine if there are things they would like to change or need to change in order to meet international standards or perhaps national or local standards. This is something alongside with what ICAO can do for us. We could do the same for ourselves. We might create audit programs or assessment programs internally that focus on particular areas where we know we have higher risks, which may not be covered in the same level of detail as we do through the other processes such as an ICAO audit. Another element of quality control that sometimes we may not have the resources to do but is extremely effective, and that's testing. Sometimes we shy away from testing because there's a concern if we fail a test, it means we've failed as an organization, we failed as an individual, as a team. But in terms of security, that's probably the best security we can do is test. Find ways to test ourselves to find the weaknesses. I want to share a story of when years ago when I worked for an airline that was operating outside of the United States, flying into the US. The requirement at the time, as there is today, was to do a security search every day of that aircraft. We were a small station, so we decided we'd cross-train everyone. Those who did passenger service, those who were hired for security, we learned each other's jobs. We found that it would gain efficiency in times such as an aircraft search when there was a short amount of time to turn the aircraft around to go back in the other direction. We can take all the passenger service agents that weren't busy, bring them on the aircraft, and they can help search the aircraft. Many times it worked. But we had a local system test program. It wasn't anything super sophisticated. A block of wood said this is a test. From a security aspect, we would go on the aircraft before the search started, and we would put that test device somewhere, and we would expect when our agents came through, they would find it. That would demonstrate that the systems of process and procedures we had in place were actually working. One particular day, it was a short turnaround. In other words, a lot of the reason to try to get that plane out quickly. We brought all hands on board to the aircraft after it had been cleaned and did the search. One of our agents, supervisor actually, highly trained, highly motivated, knew security very well as passenger service, had a particular section of the aircraft and missed this test device between the side of a seat and the sidewall of the aircraft. Later, after the flight, when you controlled the test, so we knew it was missed, we took it off, we waited till after the flight had gone, and then we had a debrief. And when we debriefed, we explained that it was missed. This agent was devastated. Very strong security culture, cared very much for security, never thought, intended to do anything wrong or care any less about security. That wasn't the point. What we learned from that is on that particular day, she felt very stressed because it was a short turnaround, had a lot to do, needed to get passengers their seats to the gate before boarding, wanted to make sure we get the on-time departure. What we learned from the test is it wasn't a lack of caring, it wasn't a lack of security culture, it wasn't a lack of procedures. There were other factors, there were human factors that came involved and it affected. And what we learned from that is perhaps it's not the best idea on short turnarounds to bring the gate agent into the aircraft to ask to do security functions and security search. On other days, perhaps so. But this was a form of testing and analyzing of the testing. What it led us to do is alter our procedures when on paper, in theory and concept, it made perfect sense to have everyone on board the aircraft in all situations searching the aircraft. The point I want to make here is that testing is a good thing. Failing tests could be the best thing we can go through as aviation security experts, regulators, and operators, because we need to learn what those weaknesses are. We need to make corrections. We need to learn where our theories and concepts perhaps don't function the same way we intended in real life or in operational settings. And then the other thing I think we need to focus on when we're looking at this priority is that one size doesn't fit all. Annex 17 gives us a guideline, right? It's purposely written standards in a lot of ways where it says it's up to the state to accomplish this outcome. We come up with the outcome that fits us best. Oversight is the same way. There's some standard, well-known, proven ways to go about oversight, and it's good that we follow that, but we should not be afraid, and we should be encouraged to innovate and look at ways that will help us provide oversight and quality control to what we do. We should exchange that information we do with each other. We could help each other. I want to say that about the GASP task force is something that I learned a lot from, and my colleagues here who are on the panel and others who are in the audience who are part of that panel, is that everyone in that task force was talking about the GASP had a different perspective and said, in my region, in my country, in my state, it's really helpful if the GASP has very specific goals and targets that we can all reach. I'm talking about the first version of the GASP. For some states, that was extremely effective. Other states were, well, we don't need anything prescriptive. We just need the leeway, the room, some guidance on how to go about achieving what's best for us. And I think what this GASP version has done, and in quality control as well, and I'm making the assumption, everyone in this room has read the GASP, right? Front page of the last page. Enjoyed it very much. If not, read it on your way home. If you're flying, it's a great thing to do when you fly. What it does is, the GASP now, it provides a framework for each one of us, each one as a state, to look at it and determine how can I improve my quality control? How can I improve my oversight? And the GASP says, here's some common challenges. Here's 8 challenges that are listed in there. And you can recognize that I have this in my state. Then it raises the question, so what can you do about it? And it gives you some suggestions. It tells you what ICAO could do to help. But it's not just ICAO it's going to help. It's what I said before. We can help each other. We can help ourselves by exchanging information. And I think we should. So I thank ICAO for making sure no country's left behind. And I think we should ask ourselves what we can do to help ourselves. We don't leave ourselves behind by helping each other. So encourage everyone to read the GASP. It's a good document. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew. So I give the floor to you, Jamal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Assalamu alaikum, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I thank ICAO for giving AFCAC this opportunity to speak at this event. And also, I thank Oman, the host state, for the excellent organizations and facilities. Now, if we will have our slides. I will develop on the global priority 6. We will continue the trip between the global priorities, and aviation security is a global concern and shared responsibility that no nation can handle alone. International cooperation is critical for protecting passengers, cargo, and the aviation network against evolving threats. Cooperation, collaboration, and support are win-win strategies, same to in business and economy, and that's why increased cooperation and support is to integrate effective cooperation and capacity building between and within states, including all relevant stakeholders and industry, to enable the achievement of key security outcomes more effectively and efficiently. This is to achieve the aspirational goal. Let me share with you the key areas of cooperation and support which we are focusing in AFCAC. First of all, enhancing regional and global cooperation. This is in order to strengthen partnerships among states, international organizations, and industry stakeholders to ensure coordinated efforts We can mention here many regional initiatives. Just I will mention the AFISEC FAL plan in Africa, and also many other collaborations and partnership programs which we have with ICAO, with Korea, with Singapore, with the ICAC Case 2 project, UAE, Qatar, and many other partners. Also promoting assistance and capacity building in order to support our member states in meeting the ICAO standards, tailored assistance and capacity development, where we are looking to have and to give or provide our member states real tailored assistance activities based on their real needs. The third key area is the best practices and a facilitation of sharing of information. It is crucial because it enhances global aviation security by fostering collaboration, transparency, and responsiveness. This will help in early threat detection, harmonized responses, and global coordination. This is by establishing formal communication channels between states and aviation organizations. Also, we are focusing on the best practices development, which is a dynamic requiring regular reviews and updates. This may include, among others, sharing of knowledge. We are using our AFCAS experts in Africa to assist our states, and also I have seen many experts here from Africa, which they are in that data which we have of the AFCAS experts. Also, we have also a platform to share advanced screening and threat detection systems, use of technology that no one is left behind in Africa. The use of our AFCAS experts is giving a lot of results in Africa at this moment. Finally, I will finish by the political support. It is essential for prioritizing aviation security in Africa, in the world. Just I will mention some challenges which we are facing, and I am sure that we are facing the same in many regions. The participation and engagement, there is a reluctance of some states or entities to participate in training, information sharing, and knowledge transfer. Also, the awareness and accessibility, ensuring that relevant entities are aware of the availability of guidance, assistance material, best practices, and capacity building and assistance activities. Also, some states or entities, they see that information is very sensitive and they are not sharing that information. Also, political commitment and resources, lack of political commitment and limited resources to improve and sustain AFSEC continuously. I will mention also the implementation and effectiveness, difficulty ensuring the effective implementation of security measures based on the quality or quantity of assistance received. Finally, I will mention the fragmented and uncoordinated cooperation efforts, the existence of multiple and coordinated programs of cooperation, whether bilateral, multilateral, or within industry partnerships, can lead to duplicated efforts, inefficiency, and missed opportunities for synergy. Therefore, the need for centralized coordination mechanisms, unified information sharing platforms, and enhanced bilateral and multilateral engagements. Finally, I will say, alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jamel. So before we conclude, I want to put to you some three interrelated questions that I hope that you can translate how questions interrelated. So I invite you to reflect how we can translate these priorities in tangible actions at both national and international levels. So the first question that I have to you is, how has your states or your international rights organization incorporate the GAZEL priority areas to improve national or regional aviation security? The second question is, how has your state or your organization utilized this global plan, the GAZEP, as a tool in supporting or aiding others in strengthening their aviation security? And the last one is, looking ahead, what more could your state or your organization do to increase political momentum and ensure that we are achieving the GAZEP milestones in 2027, 2030, and 2033? So I think I can start with you, Laura, if you can answer these three questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, happy to. I'd like to focus a little bit on your second question, if I may, around how states are using the GAZEP when aiding others. And I think a really good place to start on that is to pick up on a theme that a number of panelists have made around ensuring that no country is left behind. That is as good and a valid concept now as when ICAO first raised the campaign. We are all in this together, and to the extent that we can, the UK will help and support partners in their evolving aviation security journey, and our focus within that is to help partners to help themselves. And that is kind of the role where my team focuses. There are many in the room today who regularly interact with my team, either through members based in country or through kindly facilitating visits to your airports for those of you who have direct flights to the UK. And we really value the partnership working that we do with many in the room to respectively increase and evolve our aviation security standards, learning and working together. And how we do that is very much through the 6 priority areas of the GAZEP. So we will work together to identify areas to focus on those 6 priority areas, and we'll work in partnership through a range of project delivery and through facilitated visits and workshops, kind of training efforts, things like that, mentoring, to help increase and evolve aviation security standards globally, and at the core of that, we make sure the 6 priorities of the GAZEP are reflected in how we work. Thank
you very much, Laura. So I think I can give you the floor, Andrew, to reply to the same questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. To answer your first question, in our view, the GASAP is an invaluable guiding document that can assist member states in prioritizing and deciding on where to focus efforts to fulfill our obligations under the Chicago Convention and especially the Annex 17 standards. Coming back to Global Priority 2, the obligation to incorporate measures enhancing staff awareness and promoting security culture into the security programs of operators and entities is a binding requirement in Austria. We've held information events and workshops with relevant stakeholders, provided guidance material to the industry, and advised about available training courses on this topic. This brings me to Global Priority 3. We recognize that taking into account human factors principles is key for a strong and sustainable security culture. As the CAA of Austria, we are at the moment reviewing the training courses provided by us with regard to potential for improvement, for example, new e-learning courses, taking into account ease of use, comprehensibility, and so on. And we also try to keep in mind that depending on the target audience of a specific training course, language skills can be an issue, and it's sometimes necessary to use simple terms and phrases or even pictures to further illustrate the point. Regarding the second question about aiding others, experts from Austria are members of various regional and international working groups and study groups and provide expertise and share their knowledge. We keep up a regular exchange of information with other states in the region. Whenever studies or test series are performed in Austria that could be of interest for other states, we try to share the results as far as possible with relevant regional organizations or bilaterally. So here's the connex to Global Priority 4. And regarding Global Priority 5, a number of certified Austrian national auditors participate in regional and global oversight programs to share the expertise and provide advice and best practices. And to answer the third questions about what more could be done, we see the aspirational goal with the defined milestones as an ambitious, challenging, and motivational global goal, and we as a state strive towards continuously improving and advancing our national security systems and programs to achieve this goal. As already mentioned, there's no room for complacency when it comes to aviation security. On a national level, we try to further foster information sharing and cooperation between competent authorities as well as stakeholders, but we also try to strengthen cooperation and exchange of information on a global level, and we fully commit to the regular sharing of experiences stipulated in the GASAP. From a member state perspective, we recognize that it's key to allocate adequate resources to achieve the aspirational goal while making the most efficient use of the available resources, and the GASAP can be used as a steering framework in this context.
Thank you very much, Andrea. So now I give the floor to David, please.
Thanks, Ricardo. I think just to ask the first question around the use of the GASAP by New Zealand, I'll maybe touch on a couple of things. And the first one is in relation to security culture. So following the ICAO year of the security culture 2 or 3 years back now, we really used that to help support our ability to develop our own almost unique to New Zealand security culture guidance that would land well with our industry, with our stakeholders. So we've developed a pretty comprehensive guidance booklet that we've published for our industry, tailorable, dependent on the size and scope of operations, but also can be modularized dependent on the particular aspect of security culture that an organisation might want to focus on. We've shared that pretty broadly and also published it more widely in terms of sharing with ICAO as well on their best practice section. So that's one thing we've done, taken from the GASAP. Another one ties into the risk-based approach to aviation security. And we've really taken a strong look at the way we do risk assessment in New Zealand and looked to enhance our national risk assessment framework. And we've tested our thoughts and our feelings with various people from industry to other international regulators, invited people into New Zealand to challenge some of the ideas that we've come up with, and we've landed on a good framework that allows us to map out to very detailed levels, various attack pathways that a threat actor could exploit. And what this allows us to do is look holistically across our system at all of the countermeasures that we have in place, the effectiveness of those countermeasures, and actually start to predict where we might need to take further measures or actually accept some risk in certain cases as well, because we can't make a security system that is foolproof, but we can do everything we can that is necessary and proportionate in the environment that we're in to try and manage security risks, and that's really important to us. So that framework's been helpful. In terms of, I guess, how we work with other states, New Zealand's got a long and a proud history of working very closely with our Pacific partners and various people close to us in the Asia-Pacific region, but also reaching out more broadly to US, for instance, the UK, and various people across the international system. So we're not shy of reaching out and offering our views, but we're also not shy in receiving them, and that's really important to us. The no country left behind concept is probably equally important to New Zealand as it is to anyone else. One of my colleagues over here with me pointed out that our economy is something like 0.24% of the global economy. So we have challenges as well, and they come down to resourcing, financing, and also making sure we can continue to be a good player on the international system. And that's about giving and receiving, and recognising that regardless of your size or scale, that you will have a good idea, and we do receive those from all over the globe, really, that we can take on board and consider. And the third question around what we can do to maintain political momentum is an interesting one, and it's one it's a question that every industry in every regulatory system faces with all of their ministers. It's not unique to us. We see it in health in New Zealand. How can they get more political buy-in to advance healthcare? Defence also has the same question. And I think all you can really do is to demonstrate that you're continuing to behave responsibly as a regulator, that what you are doing is necessary, that what you're doing is proportionate in relation to the risks, that you're aligning with the broader strategies that government are setting down. And then maybe there's a counter question here that could be a bit controversial, and that is, when do ministers tend to get engaged with regulatory systems? And the answer is it tends to be when there's a failure, and a catastrophic one. So there might be another question there around, do we want ministers to be deeply engaged with our systems, knowing that the cause of that engagement is likely to be something that we don't want to happen and are trying to mitigate from happening?
Thank you very much, David, and thank you very much for your very insightful perspectives. So now I give the floor to Francesco, please.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. GASEP, we believe it's a great opportunity for everyone that should not be missed. As stated this morning in the introductory presentation by the Director of Air Transport Bureau, Navigation Bureau, the GASEP is a plan that needs to work in parallel and conjunctly with the other two plans, each one maintaining their own singularities, but working really hand in hand to enhance aviation safety and security. And we have noticed that has been a great response in the GASEP, as witnessed by the response that our member states have given to the plan. As I stated in my presentation, we have attempted to boost and to enhance the three main pillars of an aviation system, so technology, human factor, and also process and procedures. In our aviation security strategy, we have looked very critically to our system after 20 years of implementation, and we have taken a good readout of the process and the experience that we have gathered. And so we believe in a future evolution of our system that takes into account the evolving threat and risk. In terms of how we are working together with international partners, how we are assisting other countries, I think our capacity development initiatives in the last 10 years have contributed to enhancing aviation security globally. It was mentioned several times yesterday and also today, the CASE project that the European Union has financed, and it is delivered very effectively and efficiently by the European Civil Aviation Conference. And it really contributes to enhancing aviation security globally, and we are working to consolidate and render this program also available in the future. We are working very hardly, collectively, to ensure that aviation security flourishes globally, and we will continue to do so in the next future.
Thank you very much, Francesco. So I see that we are behind our schedule, so I will give the floor to Andrew and to Jamel. So I will ask you to be, if possible, my apology, to be brief in your answer. So I give first the floor to Andrew and then to Jamel. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll try to keep these, in the interest of time, keep my responses short at this point. But I think in terms of the second question was asked is how we're using the GASP or can use the GASP in terms of when we partner with other states or other entities for assistance. I think one of the greatest values in that respect that the GASP has is the simplicity and clarity of what the priorities are and what the objectives are in terms of a strategic approach. To use that when we seek resources from other organizations or even with our own government from other agencies, whether it's funding, to help to fund projects in other states. Because it defines it very clearly to show if we have resources to carry out this activity, it will affect this priority order on a global scale, and it will attribute to the aspiration goals of ICAO, which we're all part of. So I think it's a very useful document for not only those who seek resources to support their assistance activities, but it could be used in the same way for states who are seeking assistance who may need to speak with partners or make proposals to partner states to provide it for the reasons why. So that's definitely a way we are using the GASP in terms of assistance or to help enhance, ensure we get resources to provide assistance to others. In terms of the other two questions, I would kind of frame it like this, is I think there's a great opportunity to use the GASP to further educate everybody who works in aviation security to understand that the strategic priorities at a global level are very much aligned to what we all experience on our own national level. We may not see or talk about every day in a day-to-day job. Perhaps somebody working at a security checkpoint in Boise, Idaho, every day, ensuring that our system is safe and the global security system is safe, may not know what the challenges are in Africa, Middle East, South America. But if they were to read the GASP or have an opportunity to be briefed on the GASP, they say, hey, the challenges around the world are the same as they are here. This is interesting. I'm part of a global network. I'm contributing to the global aviation security system as a whole. And the GASP provides a very, again, simple, clear understanding of how this all links together. So I see that as an opportunity within our own state to use this document in terms of educating and helping people understand that our workforce understands they're part of a global system. It's not just what we're doing domestically.
Thank you very much. Jamel?
Thank you very much, moderator. I will say quickly that the GASP for AFCAC serves as the foundation and the basis for our work program, and also our approach to increase our cooperation with our partners is based on the priorities of the GASP. And also the goal is to achieve the aspiration goal and also to assist our member states. For the third question, I believe I will take it to say that we need to enhance the political momentum toward by increasing high-level dialogue with member states to prioritize aviation security and also awareness campaigns highlighting the socio-economic benefits of achieving GAZEP and emphasizing the role of aviation security to facilitate trade, tourism, and economic growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And to conclude, I want to thank you all for your dedication and insights. And let's use the GAZEP to inspire us on action and to work tirelessly towards a safer and more resilient aviation ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez, and to our panelists. We will be taking a very brief coffee break. We will begin with the next session at 11 a.m. sharp. So you've got approximately just under 10 minutes. Please feel free to explore the exhibition we've set up. Utilize the time to explore the exhibition, grab some coffee, and also we'll have the leaflet for the Heritage Day up on the screen for you to scan in order to get to go on the tour that they've arranged for you. This is the ideal time to explore Oman. This is the ideal time of the year, I mean. And so I recommend that you do register for this tour. Following the break, the sessions will proceed as follows. In the Salala Hall, there's going to be a session on cybersecurity and digital transformation of ATM systems. In Nazwa Hall, it's a continuation of UN counterterrorism landscape, followed by the AFSEC panel ad hoc meeting, which is only by invitation. In the Matrah Hall, there's going to be a session on technical innovation and human factors. And here in the Muscat Hall, we will resume at 11 a.m. with addressing new threats to aviation. Is there a path for a safer future? Thank you to our panelists and to our moderator for that insightful session. Enjoy your break.
Welcome to the Oman Convention and Exhibition Center. To have a pleasant experience at the OCEC, please be aware of the safety procedures in case of emergency. The center and its facilities are designed to meet international safety standards. All emergency exits are illuminated with green signs. Please take a moment and locate the nearest emergency exit to you. In case of an emergency, an alarm flashing will alert the safety team. In that case, everyone should pay attention and listen to instructions carefully. In case you discover fire in the building, please push down the fire alarm. To turn on the emergency alarm, please be calm. In case of evacuation, it will be announced in both Arabic and English. Assembly points are allocated in the green areas opposite the main halls. You are about to embark on an interesting experience at the Oman Convention and Exhibition Center. We wish you a pleasant event. Welcome to the Oman Convention and Exhibition Center. To have a pleasant experience at the OCEC, please be aware of the safety procedures in case of emergency. The center and its facilities are designed to meet international safety standards. All emergency exits are illuminated with green signs. Please take a moment and locate the nearest emergency exit to you. In case of an emergency, an alarm flashing will alert the safety team. In that case, everyone should pay attention and listen to instructions carefully. In case you discover fire in the building, please push down the fire alarm. To turn on the emergency alarm, please be calm. In case of evacuation, it will be announced in both Arabic and English. Assembly points are allocated in the green areas opposite the main halls. You are about to embark on an interesting experience at the Oman Convention and Exhibition Center. We wish you a pleasant event. Welcome to the Oman Convention and Exhibition Center.
Good morning. We kindly like to ask those who will be joining us for the next session to kindly get seated so that we can begin. Thank you. For those who will be joining us for the next session here at the Muscat Hall, we kindly ask you to get seated so that we can begin. Thank you. Good morning. For those of you joining us, for the next session here at the Muscat Hall, we kindly ask that you please proceed to your seats so that we can shortly begin. For those of you joining us for the next session here at the Muscat Hall, we kindly urge you to take your seats so that we can begin with the next session. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We kindly request that everyone that will be joining us for the next session here at the Muscat Hall to please take your seats so that we can shortly begin. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you feel refreshed after that coffee break. Before we continue here in the Muscat Hall, let me remind you of the sessions that are taking place in the other halls. In Salalah Hall, currently there's a session on cybersecurity and digital transformation of ATM systems. In Nazwa Hall, it's a continuation of the UN counterterrorism landscape, followed by the AFSEC panel ad hoc meeting, which is only by invitation. And in the Matrah Hall, technical innovation and human factors. Now let us proceed with our session here in the Muscat Hall, titled Addressing New Threats to Aviation. Is there a path for a safer future? The aviation industry is at a crossroad as it confronts a new wave of threats that challenge its resilience and security standards. From rapidly evolving attack scenarios, exploiting critical infrastructure vulnerabilities, to increasing cyber attacks and the misuse of unnamed aircraft systems, new risks demand a proactive and coordinated response. In this dynamic discussion session, leading aviation security and cybersecurity experts will engage directly with the audience, addressing your questions and exploring directly with the audience about the cybersecurity issue. This session will be moderated by Mr. Sylvain Lefoyer, Deputy Director of Aviation Security and Facilitation at the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO. And since 2017, Mr. Lefoyer has led ICAO's efforts in developing aviation security policies, standards, and recommended practices. With over 25 years of experience in transport safety and security, he has been instrumental in advancing global aviation security initiatives. Please join me in giving a round of applause to our moderator today, Mr. Sylvain Lefoyer, who will moderate this engaging session. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Aura, for this kind introduction. We are late in the morning, slightly behind schedule, so I will be very, very direct and short in my introduction. So no introduction at all. You've heard what all this is about. I'm with distinguished speakers from different areas in civil aviation. And the idea is really to have a free discussion on what are the threats today, what would be the threats tomorrow, and how do we all prepare in our respective areas, and how do we exchange information to get all well prepared. So with me today, I'm looking for my notes, which I don't find. Here it is. So, with me today, some colleagues from ICAO, so Chris Dalton, who is the Chief Airspace Management and Optimization Section in the Air Navigation Bureau of the International Civil Aviation Organization. Ms. Magdalena Jaworska-Markowiak, Chief Executive Officer of the Polish Air Navigation Services Agency, PANSA, in Poland. Mr. Patrick Mana, Cybersecurity Program Manager and EATM Cert Manager in Eurocontrol. Mr. Billy Shallow, Director on Innovation and Technology on Airports Council International, ACI World. And last but not least, Mr. John Velo, Executive Director, International Aviation, Transport Canada. We saw John in many places, and especially in the AFSEC panel. So I will dig go directly to the first question that I will ask to each of you. From your own perspective, what are the threats that are critical in your area, and what are the trends, and what are the new threats you're fearing to see in the near future? I will start with Chris.
Hello, that's better. Thank you for the question, Sylvain. From an air traffic management perspective, I'm not really seeing a change in the types of threats, but what I am seeing is the number of threats. In the last 15 to 18 months, we've had situations of 3 coups d'etats in countries very close together, much more areas of conflict, to the point I don't know how the airlines managed to carry out some of their flights. There was a period of time where it was almost or very complicated for an aircraft to get from London to Ghana without doing significant diversions and almost doing S routes to actually get to destination. So for me, it's just the number of airspace closures which I didn't see 10 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Magda, please.
Yes, good morning. Firstly, I agree. And secondly, what I would like to add, I believe it is when you run the ANSP business, right, you need to be resilient at any time. You need to be ready for unknown, and you need to plan for something which is not easy to plan. So as a rule, generally, if they are new threats, sometimes I even say that I do a little bit of witchcrafting, because this is something that is our daily business. So the situation changed a little, especially in Poland when we are close to, and the war is close to our border. However, just the ANSP, especially ANSP in Europe, with a lot of regulations giving us a kind of scene, requires us just to be ready. So this is, as a rule, resilient ANSP.
Thank you very much, Magda. Patrick, from a global ATM perspective and cybersecurity perspective.
What is interesting is that you know that we are publishing an annual report on cyber and aviation, and we can see the evolutions of the threat. What we see that there are some patterns which remain. So typically there are some cyber attacks which are still basics, which are still working, like phishing. Why? Because there is a human dimension which is super important in cyber attacks. And in 85% of the cyber attacks, a human is contributing to the success of it. So that's a part for which we see a trend. If you look at the ransomware, there are on average 2 ransomware affecting aviation per week. 2/3 of those are affecting the supply chain, by the way. That's, you remember the example of Pascal yesterday about the impact of a ransomware. So the basic vectors are spear phishing and credentials being stolen. So that's something that is worrying in the way that there are basic cyber attacks with basic threats, basic vectors which are still working. What we see, the cyber criminals are very much present. Why? Because they are making their digitalization revolution as we are. So they are migrating from physical crime to cyber crime. And there are billions of euros which are stolen per year. Aviation is losing billions of euros per year because of cyber. So there are a lot of things still working, but we have seen some differences. For example, DDoS, distributed denial of service, and this is due to conflicts in Ukraine or Israel-Hamas. And this has led to a surge of this kind of attacks. Aviation as such, there should be no reason, but it's just aviation is a way to convey a message. And we are used because we are quite popular and we are in the media. So that's a way to amplify a message. So that's one of the things that is interesting, that aviation is used as a way to convey some message, though not being the direct target. So some patterns are common, but there are some new things emerging, and especially what is interesting is the accessibility to means to conduct cyber attacks. So as Chris was saying, it's the number, and also now it's much more easier for a lot of cyber criminal or state-sponsored groups to conduct cyber attacks, or what we call hacktivists, guys having a message to convey, because now they even have access to services. They don't have to do it themselves. They can just hire a service to conduct a cyber attack. And this is leading to a change in the cyber threat landscape. AI is supporting it, but it's more the structure of the way the services, the cyber criminal services and the cyber attack services are provided, which is changing the landscape.
Thank you, Patrick. Billy, airports are at the heart of the aviation industry and the aviation network. Easy targets, physical and cyber. What are the threats, what are the trends you are seeing from your point of view?
Yeah, thank you, Sylvain. Good morning, everyone. Salam alaikum. So Airports Council International, for those that don't know, we represent 2,110 airports based in Montreal and across all of the regions. So we work very much closely with ICAO and with our airline partners as well. And we do lots of work on what airports are seeing on the front line as their main threats. So the conventional threats such as IEDs or prohibited items obviously still exist, and that's where airports spend the majority of their security budgets. However, on a twice annual, sometimes annual basis, we do surveys out to really see what are risks that the members are facing. And in our recent results, which we passed on to the working group on threat and risk, the main focus is on landside attacks and mitigating those threats. But also an increasing area that is causing concern is activism and disruption across different states as well. So perhaps not necessarily for bad intentions, apart from to disrupt operations, but it does highlight vulnerabilities in the security system at airports, which the bad actors will capitalize on. So a lot of work is going on into focus in those areas as well. And we see that as being mitigated through stronger punishments and harsher punishments for those disruptors that do that. A couple of other areas that is of big concern for airports in our results, as Patrick said, the cyber issue is a very increasing topic for airports moving forward. And how do we manage that risk? Some airports don't have the IT expertise to manage those risks, so all about that moving forward. And some of the other threats, so drones remains a key target for airports as well, through a couple of incidents that were quite notorious and closed operations. So we're still seeing airports concerned about drones and UAV, and so focusing a lot of information on in that area. And the final thing I would come on to is that not necessarily a traditional threat, but we're seeing a threat in the workforce as well. So lots of screeners have left the industry, and we can't seem to claw them back. And airports and security providers are spending a lot of money, a lot of training for people to leave the industry again. So we're seeing lots of staff issues with retention, which also highlights the insider threat perspective as well. So that's something that we're closely monitoring.
Thank you very much, Billy. Now, John, we've heard about a sectorial approach, operators approach. Now, states. How are states seeing the threats currently, and what are the trends you are seeing from your own state's perspective, and maybe from your perspective from different fora participating in panels or different groups?
Yeah, thank you, Sylvain. The good thing about going last is that I'm not going to repeat everything everyone just said. So I'm going to do a different angle for this question. Can you hear me now? Yeah. So in terms of different threats, I look at the work that ICAO does on the working group on threat risk assessment. You look at the scenarios. The threats are radically, like, they haven't really changed. There are some emerging threats, but they've been around for a few years now. So what I think is happening is there's a change in landscape. There are new threat actors. We're seeing more and more states being involved. We're seeing different actors that are looking at exploring the system. But I think for us, as a state perspective, we're looking at what are some of the vulnerabilities that are being created in the system. You talked about, cyber. So we are introducing new technologies, new automated processes. That is actually driving new vulnerabilities in the system. The use of drones, that is not new, but again, that is creating new vulnerabilities. So from a state perspective, it is not necessarily about new threats. It's about modus operandi. So basically, what is the attack path being exploited by these new actors? Do we have the proper mitigations in place? So we're seeing more and more vulnerabilities because, we talked a lot about facilitation, efficiencies, accessibility, volume growth of passengers. There's a lot of change in the system. New players, new technologies, new ways of doing business. What we need to do is we need to take a step back and look at what are some of the vulnerabilities that are being created with these new technologies and these new processes and these new actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will turn now to Chris to dig a little bit into his area of expertise. We've seen recently an increase in GPS jamming and spoofing. So nothing new, but a trend in an increase in this kind of conflict zone disruptions to the traffic. What is ICAO doing, and how can ICAO help in this respect?
Thank you for the question. So you ask, what is ICAO doing? And maybe a better way of phrasing it is, what has ICAO done? Because in reality, the organization recognized this as a problem a number of years ago now, and during the last 3 to 4 years have produced guidance material, a very good assembly resolution on the subject, and really now I think the focus should be that states and international organizations should be putting that material into play and perhaps prioritizing this particular issue. But nevertheless, we still need to go further. The promulgation of suitable, helpful information via NOTAM is still a significant problem. A 2-word NOTAM saying jamming/spoofing is just not sufficient anymore. The flight crews are after more specific examples of the kind of impact that spoofing would have. What is the dimensions of the airspace? What is a typical impact of the spoofing? And we're still seeing states that are just more or less consider jamming and spoofing as being one single entity, when quite frankly they're very, very different. So I think there needs to be more work in that area. Nevertheless, ICAO now is going to start a series of regional workshops on all of these subjects related to jamming and spoofing, and I think that will be a regional workshop will be much more suitable to handle what are issues often that are of a regional and local nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Magda, we know that the ANSP work is based on a lot of technology, but not only technology. You have air traffic controllers. How do you see the role of technology in securing the work you do, and the role of the human factor in this? Because the solution cannot be only from technology.
Yeah, thank you for this question, right? Because there are 2 major issues now. One is the technology-driven approach, and then we know that this is the future, and this is just to help. And this is just to also improve the capacity, especially in Europe when we have these congested areas, and they will be even more and more only. From the other hand, when you speak to those candidates who then see their future as an ATCO, then one hand they are, they are used to the modern technology, so it is easy for them to work with the currently, system we are designing. From the other hand, they are simply asking the question whether the ATCO profession remains for the next decades. Right, so if you are young, with the young approach, and then you need to fix yourself with the really hard and demanding profession, then the human-centric approach based on technology to help or to automate and then to help providing their navigation services, this is the way forward, right? Because normally when you have kind of the direct and honest talks, there is a fear that the technology will kill the ATCO profession, not in the next 10 years, not in the next 20, but 40, 50, who knows? So if you are now 20 years old, then you cannot, fix your life to something which is going to end at the end or in the middle of your career. So in Banza, but this is something which is now, I believe, really kind of the understanding. We believe that and we invest in the technology. We use a lot of systems which are helping us, especially now with the dynamic airspace configuration. However, the message I give to the current ATCOs and to the future ATCO is quite clear, that technology is to help you. Technology is to give you more security and safety as well. Technology is to automate some of the functions which are done now by whatever assistants. However, this is just to help, not to replace. And this is this human-centric approach, which for me should remain, as a rule.
Thank you very much, Magda. I agree that we need to keep the human in the loop, or we will lose or miss a lot of things. Patrick, we've heard about technology, we've heard about human, but a third pillar, I would say, would be information. You've talked about cyber criminals, hackers as a service. We know that they are sharing information. Sometimes for free. And on the other side, on the defending side, we are reluctant to share information. Or sometimes we have barriers. And how can we overcome? How is it important to share information between authorities, between states, between operators? And how can we overcome this difficulty in sharing?
So yes, in fact, it's not that easy. In fact, the important word is trust. To share information, you need to trust the party with whom you share information. And there are three levels of trust. The technical one, so do you have a technology that supports that data are protected, information protected? Organizational, do you have the means in your company, the procedures to make sure that on a need-to-know basis, people can manage information? And the third one is societal, and this one is due to geopolitical context or whatever. And the third one, you can't enforce it. So it's something that we have to be, I would say, realistic. We should not dream that we can't share anything with anybody. That doesn't work. And how to establish this trust is by knowing the persons. That's really the human dimension there is important, clearly, but also by showing that sharing is both ways, is giving and receiving. So if you are part of this dynamic of giving and giving, there are a lot of information which technically can be shared, what we call indicators of compromise, and even better, the TTPs, tactic, technique, and procedures, without disclosing the impact, without disclosing whether whatever system was affected. That's very important. It's like in doping. If you share the information about the doping, which is known for years, okay, the bad guys which are poor using these kind of basic cyber vectors of attack will be caught. But we are interested in the new one, and if we share what we call the TTPs, the way to do it, that's something that can help the others. It doesn't disclose whether you are yourself affected, impacted, and that's something we are pushing to do. And to be fair, one of the success we have in Europe is that now we have in-presence meeting. So guys in the meeting room only sharing TLP-read information sensitive because they know each other, they trust each other, and they are now embarking in this kind of, yes, we are not too much interested by what can be impact, we're interested by what are the ways of sharing. And that's something that we have put in place that is helping, but we should not dream. It's difficult and it is based on human relationship and trust.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I will follow up on the same question with Billy. It's already difficult to exchange information between different ministerial departments, between different authorities in the same state. When it comes to operators, private operators, airport operators, what would you expect from a state to give as an information on the threat so that the operators can be prepared? Have you some ideas on this?
Yeah, thank you, Sylvain. So airport operators are essentially the frontline personnel, so it's likely that an airport or an airline are the ones that would be attacked. So we're not asking for state information that is sensitive, but some sort of justification on why potentially additional measures are put in place. So as an example, we do a number of APEX programs, which is security peer reviews. And it's not an audit, it's very much experts from different airports, from different regions, providing best practice internationally. And a lot of the insights that we see are examples of using an ETD. So we ask, some of the screeners, what does this do? And why are you using it? But it's perhaps too much of a tick box exercise. So the information comes down saying there needs to be increased use of ETD, but the staff don't quite understand the impact of that and the necessity behind it. So information on why decisions are made would be critical, and so then we can convert that into training material from airports. I think ICAO and the working groups, we have a very great relationship, and we feed into the working group on threat and risk about what our airport members are seeing. So that's headed up by the US at the moment. So we've got a great relationship. So we'd like to continue that going and really share information about what our members are seeing on the front line, as essentially they're the ones having to spend the money to mitigate the threat. So very much more open dialogue, although I think it's certainly come a long way. And I think we run a number of groups, much like the working groups at ICAO. At ACI, we have our World Security Standing Committee, and we have our Smart Security Management Group. And that's quite a unique group in the industry because we have airlines, airports, and regulators in the room. And it's very much an open dialogue, and we can come up with solutions and how do we combat this, whether it's technology, people, or process. But I do recall the UK in a panel yesterday saying it shouldn't be a tick box exercise, it shouldn't be a one-size-fits-all approach, it should be open dialogue and based on risk and the threats of that local state. So, and that should be filtered down to airports who also do their own risk assessments as well. So keeping the dialogue open and keeping the collaboration going.
Thank you, Billy. John, we've heard about information exchange, information sharing. Within a state, as I said, it's already a challenge, but between states. Now, how can you address this collaboration between states to address existing threats, new threats, developing threats, or new trends?
Yeah, so information sharing is something that's been discussed now for many, many years. Annex 17 is 50 years old, so I think we've been discussing info sharing for 50 years. The notion of info sharing is easy to say. I think info sharing is a must. It shouldn't be negotiated. You can hear me now, yeah? So I think it's absolutely necessary in the system. There was different panels yesterday. We talked about info sharing, collaboration. We had a panel this morning. It was all about collaboration. Again, the notion makes sense. We try our best, but there are some limits. depending on what information is being shared. There is information based on lessons learned. There is information based on hot washes after an incident, but there's also information that relies on high intelligence that is provided by intelligence providers. That information is a little bit more sensitive in its nature. It cannot be shared. However, what we've learned is sensitivities of information should not get in the way of actually saving lives. We talked about this morning. We talked about conflict zones. So if there's information that an emergent threat is happening, we will share information that we can. Sometimes we'll share what responses are necessarily without the details, but we have to make sure that the communication channels are open. So nothing prevents us from sanitizing intelligence so we can provide airports, air carriers, air traffic controls information they need to do their business. You look at any threat scenarios, you look at the safeguards in place, there are dependencies on those safeguards. And one thing that we've learned is there is many experts involved in a risk assessment. You can't do a risk assessment in isolation. So in order for everyone to be properly equipped to do a proper, adequate assessment, that information needs to flow. So what I'm saying, Sylvain and other panel members here, is that sometimes it is difficult to share the information based on the nature of the info, but there's workarounds. There's things that we could do. And if we can't share information because it's highly classified, well, Canada and even some of its partners, we will share what some of our reactions and thoughts are. We will make sure that operators, the industry, it's an ecosystem. We will make sure that everyone's got the information that is required to make sure that adequate safeguards are in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John, for this. Chris, you've discussed about these problems of areas where airlines wouldn't fly because of conflict zones or lack of proper ANSPs working. I know that ICAO has an operational tool for that, CCTs. Can you give us some ideas on this?
CCTs are an interesting animal, and in fact there was a paper that was put forward, it was an information paper, put forward promoting CCTs. A CCT is a contingency coordination team. It's actually used in a lot of circumstances where states are struggling to some extent to meet all of their ICAO obligations with respect to contingency planning. So if I was to give you an example, and I'll say something horrible about the French air traffic controllers who might have taken some industrial action. It does tend to happen. And of course, France and Western Europe are familiar with that issue, and they have procedures, and that's a typical situation where ICAO does not need to get involved. United States, when Chicago Center burnt down, ICAO did not need to get involved. However, in some parts of the world, it is quite challenging for some states to communicate with their next door neighbors, and that can be for political reasons or just because of the nature of the geography. And so ICAO assists those states in establishing a contingency coordination team, a CCT, to effectively work in the most basic form, just to share information. But I can tell you that some very recent, very successful CCTs have allowed for the development of multiple contingency routes, flight level allocation schemes, and also procedures whereby adjacent states are effectively providing separation in airspace where there's no services. And I must compliment the Civil Aviation Authority of Sudan and in the way that they have coordinated with the adjacent states and developed a significant reroute of traffic away from the Red Sea, effectively because of the contingency routes that have been established in the Khartoum FIR, but far enough away from the conflict area to make airlines quite comfortable to fly them, and that they meet the safety risk assessment of the airlines. So those are, and also I should recall also that Port Sudan was opened, whereby that allowed for initially humanitarian operations, but now more recently commercial operations through that airport, which supports the peoples of Sudan. So these effective teams are applied around the world. I would like to say that I think the Middle East is the best region for their CCT procedures. They're most familiar with them, and they can set one up in around about 10 or 15 minutes. They know each other very, very well, and they're very familiar with the procedures associated with CCTs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. So planning, preparation, cooperation, and it works. Thanks. Thank you very much. Let's talk about trendy threats, artificial intelligence. We hear a lot about artificial intelligence to help progress, improve, but also to increase the threats, because we've seen an improvement in the way phishing has been conducted. It was quite easy before to identify a phishing email with all the mistakes that were in it. Now, with the support of artificial intelligence, it's getting better and better, worse and worse, if I would say. What are your perspectives on this? And I launched the question to the panel. I know that Patrick will jump on it.
Yeah. In fact, what is interesting is AI is two sides of the coin. Typically, we see new cyber attacks, as you say, phishing, but also malware. You know, there is ChatGPT, but there is also WarmGPT, which is costing nothing. I think it's €600 per year, something like that, where you can develop a malware without knowing yourself how to do that. So we see also, we have seen recently, some guys talking to their CEO saying, please pay this bill. And live, I mean, not only audio on the video, but it was not the CEO, it was someone else. So these are the things that we see which are coming, but also AI can support us. And I will give one concrete example. We developed a service to search on dark web, deep web for aviation information related. We tested it during 6 months. The conclusion is that we are provided with 55,000 documents. If you spend 1 minute opening a document, you have a full-time equivalent during 6 months just doing that, opening the file, checking whether it's actually aviation-related or not. So we say, we stop. We don't provide the service. Without AI, we cannot provide the service. So we developed an application to identify whether a document is aviation-related or not, 98% of success, 100,000 documents to train the model, just to give an idea, so because people misinterpret AI. You can't use AI if you don't have a good data set to train your model. So that now we can provide a service. Without AI, we will not be able. And back to what also Magda was saying, it's there to support human. It's not there to replace, because at the end we need an analyst to put that in the context. But to allow this analyst to focus on adding value tasks instead of boring tasks, just opening a document, aviation-related or not, you see. So that's why I see the benefit of AI, and we have a lot of applications that we are developing in my team for that, because we have scarce resources and we need the guys to provide the added value and to focus on things which are really helpful. And it helps, you know, if we can reduce the time to respond to an incident to 15 minutes instead of 30, that's huge. It doesn't replace the human, just helping to manage with the resources we have to provide a service which is more effective, better from a quality, and also being able to connect some dots that the human brain cannot. That's clear.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Anyone else on this? Yes, Billy, please.
No, thanks. I think it's a really good point, especially on the phishing. So, as an example, ACI's, as an office-based company, seen a huge increase in phishing opportunities. We have a new CEO who came on board about 4 months ago, and within about 12 hours, he was sending out emails about asking for rewards and thanking staff. So, so much so that we've had to set up a phishing program, almost covert testing for our employees as well, because the use of AI was far more accurate than it used to be. So just the point, if a company that has 85 employees is the subject of quite significant attacks, our airport members that have thousands and thousands of employees going through the same phishing attacks is far worse. So we're doing a lot of work on awareness campaigns and things like that, and trying to educate our airports to really put some focus into this area as well.
Yes, Patrick.
Yeah, I think back to the phishing, you know, AI can help, but we need to think about something that, you know, if you promise money, people will click. And that's something that will never stop, and that AI will never stop. And whether the phishing emails are well crafted or not, this will work. Just to illustrate my point, we conducted a phishing awareness campaign with the stakeholder. 3 waves in 3 weeks. The first one, delivery of a parcel. So some guys clicked, yes. Are you supposed to receive a parcel? No, but you know, never know. Maybe I've won lottery, I've won something nice. 25% of click. The week after, we send an email saying, you have won a prize, you have a training for free. 50% of click. 1 week later, this is a package with super duper attractive prices for holidays, whatever. 75% of people clicking. So you will always have people clicking. So what is important is that we focus more on those reporting that this is bad, because, or suspicious, because that can help. But also, I think we need to keep in mind that there will be a human, and AI can help to attack or protect, but AI will still have to consider the human behavior, which will always be the brain goes over when we promise easy money, which doesn't exist, by the way. This doesn't exist.
Thank you very much, Patrick. So it brings me to an unscripted area. Security culture and cybersecurity culture. We've talked about technology, human, information sharing, and what you've just said rings a bell in my head, because we had the year of security culture a couple of years ago already. We need to raise awareness, we need to train people, but more than that, we need to develop this culture so that people, instead of clicking the bait, taking the bait, will have a second thought and check. So anyone on this? John?
Can you hear me now? Yeah. We're talking about a change in behavior, a change in human behavior. So how do we incorporate good cyber hygiene into an organization? You know, we've seen a lot of efforts. Is it sufficient? I don't think so, because the cyberspace is not new. Like I was saying at the beginning, I don't think we're dealing with new threats. I think we're dealing with a different threat landscape. So how do we ensure that anyone who's starting to work in an organization has that implanted in their DNA? So absolutely, I think educational training is one. At Transport Canada, we have our IT departments that once in a while, they'll send us an email, and it's a test. They want to test employees to see if we're going to click on that link or not. And if we click on that link, then we get a whole lecture on, you know, you have to make sure and, you know, look at the address, analyze it correctly. It's annoying, but I think it's necessary. So I think it's an ongoing effort that needs to happen. It needs to be embedded in our daily processes. It's something that, you know, we shouldn't be thinking about it in a responsive way. It's something that we need to address proactively. We need to make sure that, you know, it's exercised continuously, and it's also adapted to our environment. Because that's just an inject point through email or through clicking on a website. But the reality is there's a lot of inject points in an organization. You look at, we're big data consumers. We're big data consumers for conflict zones. We're data consumers for cargo. Our system, you know, they search a broad of open source information. There's misinformation campaigns. So how do we create that DNA in folks? Well, it starts with the culture, it starts with the training, the education, but definitely the oversight. I think we need solid oversight in making sure that individuals are careful and they're following the right process and procedures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And what about the reporting part, the just culture that have been developed in safety for many, many years that we don't have yet in security or cybersecurity? The fact that when something is happening, people would try to hide or avoid it or ignore it instead of reporting it. So it took decades in safety to make sure that incidents are reported so that safety improves. Where are we in security in this respect?
There's a lot of work going on right now, both at ICAO and then within individual states. In Canada, my assistant deputy minister talked about a bill that's in Parliament right now, which it looks like it's going to pass. But there will be some prescriptive requirements in that bill, such as reporting incidents, cyber incidents. Currently we have guidance available, so we have regular calls with our industry. We've provided them guidance on reporting those incidents. And it's not reporting for punitive reasons. It's not because we wanna issue a monetary penalty to industry. No, we're at the stage where we're still doing a lot of R&D, a lot of research and development. We're at a stage that we actually need to collect information to inform what our policy is going to be. So reporting is part of our process in making sure that we have adequate safeguards in place to protect our critical infrastructure. So we see some reporting. Sometimes we have to remind industry that we found out through news that there's an incident, you haven't reported, why? So, but in most cases, they're becoming really, really good at it. And they understand that the reason why we're doing this is to actually inform what our framework is going to look like, making sure that, we're not overly prescriptive, making sure that we're establishing a framework that will basically support their operational context and environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Magda, yes, please.
Just two quick comments. One is just based on the discussion we have, and one is just a European quick comment. I truly believe that kind of at least I'm not aware whether it's existing or not, but kind of even starting from this panel, experience exchange, which should be among the young continents, right? Because this is for sure that's something which is done in Canada. It is not exactly, for sure not, what is done in Europe. And both are okay, and we are not aware of. So kind of the experience exchange, which are not to be, discussed here, I believe it's needed, because if I have colleagues in Australia, then I call and check. However, this is based on this approach. So I believe that maybe this panel could start a little bit of different information or experience exchange, because we should learn from each other. And the second comment is how we did it in Poland, and this is something already public, but I have my cybersecurity cell, quite big team, which is really nicely invested, and they are super experts there. However, the NSP now, it's not only an NSP, right? So the state and our cyber command with the military, they are just protecting us. So this is, I believe, also kind of the approach, which is the other NSPs in Europe are jealous. Purely because, now it is really understood in Poland as really the cyber security is the state. This is not only A or B or C institution which should, do it internally by its own. This is the issue which is for the best experts in the country, and this is the way how we do it. And I believe sooner or later it should be somehow like this, that this is not the discussion among experts or not the discussion among the entities. It should be the discussion among the states.
I think coming back to the safety culture, it's beyond the company. I think Pascal gave a good example yesterday of the impact of a supply chain impact, and that's more and more the case today. At Eurocontrol, we have it's not politically correct, but we have given the keys of the truck to contractors. So a lot of services, many, in my opinion, too many, are provided by external, and therefore we need to manage that. So what is within the company, what is outside is not that clear anymore now. You know, the border is blurry. We have a lot of contractors working at Eurocontrol for Eurocontrol, but they are different companies with different culture, with different objective, and therefore we need to reconcile all that. So it's not only us within a company, it's also our ecosystem that we have to manage because they are intrinsically involved in delivering our service. We depend upon them. So the challenge is not only to address our own company, but to go beyond. And I would say even it's the society. Today we're eager to develop products and to commercialize them without the education that goes with it. And I think that's the failure of the society there, generally speaking. But more, I think, coming back to us in aviation, I think the challenge is the dependency on the supply chain, and we can't just look at our own company. That's over.
Thank you very much, Patrick. We are getting close to the end of this short discussion. So thank you very much. Any last word before we wrap up? John?
Thank you, Sylvain. So if I look at the panels yesterday, if I look at the panels this morning, there was a lot of recurrent themes, sharing information, a lot on risk assessment, making sure we have a really good appreciation of what the risk is. I think we need to strengthen our approach in risk assessments. Over probably the last 20 years or so, we've been really good at, writing threat scenarios, assessing the vulnerabilities, assessing the impacts, and that's absolutely necessary. But we have to take it one step further. We have to start looking at resiliency. So are we able to recover? That's a lessons learned from COVID. I think that is probably one of the most critical phases now in aviation is, depending on what your threat is, what's important is you assess the process, but are we able to recover from this threat? So if it does occur, are we equipped? Can we rebound back? And I think we need to add that to our scenarios, because it's not a question of, if it's going to happen or not, but it's a question of when it's going to happen. And when it happens, are we ready to respond adequately? And can we rebound? Can we recover from it so we can actually continue to operate the system and making sure that we have the right commodities being transported from one part of the world to the other? Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Billy?
Thank you. No, I think that's a really good point. So I ran a workshop this morning on simulating an incident which went on to become a cyber incident. So I think it's as was mentioned, it's about business recovery and returning to operations. I think we've had a lot of great panels over the last 2 days and lots of good topics, but also it's sometimes worth to invest in running scenarios, running simulations with different stakeholders to really understand from all sides, not just the regulation piece, not just the airport piece, but to get everyone in the room and to really run through different scenarios, because things will happen, and it's about how we respond to that. So that's my closing comments.
Thank you very much. Patrick?
Yes, I think that the main issue is money. If we want to be protected, if we want to have all the means to allow us to face this cyber challenge, it means we need resources, we need budget. And it's nice to have declaration intentions, but if we don't have budget to do that, well, there will be limitation in recruiting people, having the tools, having the culture being spread. So all that behind is, I would say, for me, related to investment and money, not only declaration and words.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Magda?
This is exactly what I wanted to say, because normally I'm truly believer in a lot of declarations. However, at the given point in time, you need to stop declaring, you need to start doing, right? So this is for the security, this is for the cybersecurity, this is for the technology as well, right? So I believe that this is, again, kind of the European context, But now it is a really right time to deliver all of those issues which are declared. And this is the comment to the previous comment as well, that this is not only for the NSP, this is not only for the Commission, this is not only for those who are regulated, this is for the airports, and this is for the airlines, and especially for the industry, right? Because we haven't mentioned here the industry, the suppliers. And then they are the part of this game, right? So this is also that I always keep in mind that at the end we need to cooperate, even if this is the commercial contract, even if this is just the market. At the end we need to deliver also with them.
Thank you very much, Baghdad. Chris?
And I'd like to finish up with recalling that the ICAO Council recently agreed to and approved a set of 7 priority focus areas. Of these 7 areas, one of them is crisis preparedness and response. So as we move forward in trying to improve the efficiency and capacity of our airspace, how can we do that if we're not considering those reasonably predictable crises and disasters that do occur? We just don't know the day that it's going to happen. And so I'm hopeful that states also will actually make crises preparedness and response a priority at home as well.
Thank you, and it echoes the notion of resiliency and how to manage a crisis and how to recover from a crisis. So thank you very much to all. That was a very interesting but short discussion. We are still here for a couple of hours or days, so if you need to know more about future threats and how to address them, you have experts on stage. You also have a lot of experts in the room, and we'll be more than happy to have the discussion going on. So thank you very much for that. I think they deserve a round of applause.
Thank you to our moderator, Mr. Silva Lefoyer, for guiding that very insightful discussion. Short yet very engaging and insightful discussion. Thank you, Mr. Lefoyer, and thank you to our esteemed panelists for your insights. We will now break for a 1-hour lunch. Please return promptly to your chosen sessions after the break. So following the lunch, the sessions will proceed as follows. Here in the Muscat Hall, we will have a session on leveraging experience, states' radiance, and security preparation. In Salala Hall, there is going to be a session from reactiveness to proactiveness, the evolution of aviation regulatory landscape for security. In Nazwa Hall, there is going to be a session on technical discussions on the declaration. And in Matrah Hall, there is going to be a session on navigating cyber chaos and securing the fight. Also, I would like to remind you one more time that the registration for the Heritage Day closes today. I was made aware that some participants of ICAO were experiencing difficulties registering. The issue has been resolved, so whenever you scan the QR code, it's no longer in Arabic, it's now in English. If you want to participate in this tour, make sure you scan the QR code. Today's the last day to register. I highly recommend it. This is the ideal time to visit Oman, so I recommend you go on this tour. Enjoy your lunch, and we will meet back again in this hall at 1 p.m. sharp. Thank you so much.
No, hold on.
Jag hör mig.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had an enjoyable and refreshing lunch. Before we proceed, let me remind you of the sessions currently taking place in the other halls. In Salala Hall, there's a session on From Reactiveness to Proactiveness, the evolution of aviation regulatory landscape for security. In Nizwa Hall, there's a session on technical discussions on the declaration. And in the Matrah Hall, there's a session on navigating cyber chaos, securing the flight. Here in the Muscat Hall, there will be a Sky Talk, sorry. Give me a moment. There will be a Sky Talk by Mubarak Al-Farsi from the Omani Civil Aviation Authority. This talk, its title is Oman Experience, Drone Legislation, and it will explore Oman's advancement and experiences in drone legislation and how they are shaping the regulatory framework for unmanned aircraft systems. Mubarak's talk will be in the Arabic language, so if you have your headsets on you and you do not understand the Arabic language, please use your headsets now, as the remainder of this session will be in the Arabic language. Please join me in welcoming our speaker from the Omani Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Mubarak Ahmed Al-Farsi. Please give him a round of applause.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مساء الخير. نتحدث إن شاء الله في 10 دقائق عن نظم الطيران المدني في سلطنة عمان فيما يتعلق بالطائرات بدون طيار والتي باتت تعرف بالدرونز. طبعا كما تعلمون اليوم الطائرات بدون طيار باتت هاجسا قومي وحكومي على مستوى الدول، لما لها من منافع وكذلك لما لها من مضار حين تستخدم في الاستخدامات السيئة. ولذلك وعلى غرار باقي الدول سلطنة عمان قامت بتنظيم هذا القطاع من خلال قانون الطيران المدني 776 على 2019 وكذلك إيجاد لوائح خاصة للطائرات بدون طيار كاللائحة الأخيرة التي صدرت في 15 أكتوبر لعام 2023 اللائحة 1412 على 2023 وهي جاءت لتنظم الطائرات بدون طيار في أجواء سلطنة عمان من حيث البيع والشراء والاستيراد والتصدير والتصنيع والتشغيل. كذلك يوجد في سلطنة عمان نظم الطيران المدني Civil Aviation Regulation الخاصة بالطائرات بدون طيار والتي تعنى بإيجاد الأدلة الإرشادية والتفصيلية لتشغيل هذه الطائرات والأماكن التي تحلق بها والارتفاعات وأهلية مالكيها. كذلك لائحة الطائرات بدون طيار 1412 على 2023 تم تشكيل لها لجنة خاصة في سلطنة عمان تنضوي تحتها مؤسسات حكومية من الجهات الأمنية والعسكرية والمدنية. التصاريح في سلطنة عمان إلى الآن مقتصرة على الأنشطة التجارية والأنشطة الحكومية. اوكي، الصفحات اللي بعدها لو سمحت. طبعا هيئة الطيران المدني كما تعلمون كباقي هيئات الطيران الدولي، كباقي هيئات الطيران المدني الدولي في دول العالم، هي تمثل حلقة الوصل بين الدولة والمجتمع الدولي فيما يتعلق بالطيران المدني. بعده next. طبعا الطائرات بدون طيار لا ينكر أحد أن لها منافع كثيرة جدا، وقد خدمت القطاع الحكومي والقطاع الخاص. الصفحة اللي بعدها. طيب نكمل. التراخيص في سلطنة عمان كما ذكرنا سالفا هي مقتصرة على الأنشطة التجارية والأنشطة الحكومية، وكما علمتم بالأمس قد تم ترخيص منصة سرب، وهي لتسجيل وإدارة الحركة الجوية للطائرات بدون طيار، فكل مالكي الطائرات للاستخدام الشخصي سيتاح لهم التشغيل في سلطنة عمان وفقا لمنظومة معروفة بين هيئة الطيران المدني والمؤسسات العسكرية والأمنية عبر منصة سرب، وهي تطبيق كما قلنا للتسجيل ولإدارة الحركة الجوية للطائرات بدون طيار. نتحدث قليلا عن منافع الطائرات بدون طيار. كما قلنا لا تنكر منافعها، فهي قد قامت بها مشاريع كثيرة حكومية وتجارية في سلطنة عمان وفي باقي الدول كذلك، ولها أنشطة مصاحبة الآن كالتصنيع والتدريب كذلك. في سلطنة عمان يوجد إلى الآن 5 مدارس للتدريب على الطائرات بدون طيار تم اعتمادها وفقا للنظم كار 102 Civil Aviation Regulation، نظم الطيران المدني سبارت اف. هذه المدارس تعتمد مناهجها ومعلميها ووسائل التعليم فيها من قبل هيئة الطيران المدني، وذلك لنشر الوعي وزيادة التوعية بالطائرات بدون طيار. كذلك نعمل في المستقبل إن شاء الله على ما تم ترخيصه بالأمس منصة سرب، وهي لإدارة الحركة الجوية والتسجيل كمرحلة أولى لتقييد بيانات الهواة. هذه اللائحة التي ذكرناها سابقا، اللائحة 1412 لتنظيم الطائرات بدون طيار، صدرت مؤخرا في 15 أكتوبر بعد إلغاء اللائحة السابقة 417. طبعا هذا قانون الطيران المدني 76 على 2019، ولأول مرة تذكر فيه المادة 28,000 في حظر استخدام الطائرات بدون طيار ما لم تكن مرخصة. اللائحة احتوت على التعاريف، الصفة الاعتبارية، الاستيراد والتصدير، تحديد الارتفاع، الابتعاد عن المطارات وما شابه ذلك، كذلك باب للعقوبات والجزاءات. نظم الطيران المدني اللي تحدثنا عنه سابقا كار 102، طبعا هو تنضوي تحته فيما بعد كافة الأحكام والقواعد القياسية من منظمة الطيران المدني، ويقوم بعمله ممثلو هيئة الطيران المدني بانفرادهم. التراخيص الحالية في سلطنة عمان كالتالي: تعبئة استمارة موجودة في موقع هيئة الطيران المدني، ومن ثم تمر بخدمات المراجعين، ثم قسم الجدارة الجوية، ثم ترسل لبعض الجهات الداخلية والخارجية، من ثم نصدر ما يعرف بالDOB درون أوبريشن بيرميت، وهو ساري لمدة سنة كاملة في مناطق وأماكن وأشخاص محددين. التراخيص في سلطنة عمان للطائرات بدون طيار هو ترخيص أمني عسكري، وينضوي على عدم ممانعة أمنية ومراقب أمني وفلترة الصور في حالة التصوير يعني، ومن ثم ترخيص هيئة الطيران المدني وبه مواصفات الفنية للطائرة والمشغل وأماكن التشغيل، كذلك إصدار النوتام النشرات الجوية وإعلام الطيارين. طبعا حققنا إنجازات كثيرة هنا في سلطنة عمان الحمد لله، وتعتبر المخاطر والتهديدات قليلة جدا، كذلك الحوادث قليلة جدا. مثلا في 2024 لا يوجد لدينا إلا حادث واحد وتحطم طائرة بمفردها. تحديات وضع القوانين، التقدم المضطرد لهذه التقنيات، بين يوم وليلة نرى تقنية جديدة وطائرات جديدة، مما يتوجب وجود خبراء في هذه الطائرات. وكذلك تزايد المخاوف الأمنية، حيث أن هذه الطائرات الصغيرة الآن المستخدمة بين الأفراد قد تستخدم في الحروب وفي العمليات الإرهابية. كذلك لا توجد أحكام تفصيلية على غرار الطائرات التقليدية. طبعا هذا ما لا يريده أحد في دولة ما، العشوائية في الجو. الكل له حق أن يحلق في الجو من مناطيد، من أنشطة جوية، من رياضات، من هليكوبتر، من طائرات مروحية، من طائرات عمودية، ولكن العشوائية ممنوعة في الجو، وهذا من ضمن متطلبات منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي. لذلك سعينا في سلطنة عمان على تنظيم أنشطة الطائرات بدون طيار لعدم تعريض سلامة الملاحة الجوية والأفراد والممتلكات للخطر. هذا هو النظام الذي تم ترخيصه بالأمس، نظام الUTM Unmanned Traffic Management. طبعا نحن قمنا في سلطنة عمان بتقييم شركات محلية وعالمية لإيجاد هذا التطبيق، والذي يعنى بتسجيل وإدارة الحركة الجوية للطائرات بدون طيار منذ 2019 حتى ليلة الأمس، وتم اعتماد الترخيص ليلة الأمس لشركة سرب. هذا كان التوقيع الأول لبعض التجارب للUTM Unmanned Traffic Management في عام 2021 أثناء كورونا. هذا ما يتوقع إن شاء الله من المنصة الجديدة، على خلاف مع المنصة القديمة، نظام فولي أوتوميشن مؤتمت بالكلية، رقمي، لا يحتاج التقدم بوثائق كثيرة، يكون للأفراد ويكون للأعمال التجارية ومن ضمنها الأعمال الحكومية، وتصدر ترخيص كترخيص القيادة، قيادة السيارات. هذا نوع الترخيص الذي سيكون يصدر للهواة وللأعمال التجارية، مفصل بالألوان وبالفئات. وهذا واجهة التطبيق، الداشبورد للتطبيق تكون بهذه الكيفية، بحيث أن الهواة سيقومون بالتحليق فقط في الأماكن الخضراء الآمنة التي تم تحديدها مسبقا في خارطة تفاعلية من قبل الأجهزة الأمنية والعسكرية والمدنية. شكرا.
Thank you, Mubarak Al-Farsi from the Omani Civil Aviation Authority for that Sky Talk on Oman experience in drone legislation. We will now move on to our next session, which is a panel discussion, and it will be moderated by Mr. Juan Lamosa, the Chief of the Aviation Security Audit Section at ICAO. Mr. Juan Lamosa oversees the implementation of the ICAO Universal Security Audit Program as Chief of the Aviation Security Audit Section. Before assuming this leadership role, he served as Chief of the Implementation Support and Development of Security Section, where he directed capacity building initiatives and coordinated support for regional aviation security programs. Please join me in giving a round of applause to Mr. Juan Lamosa, who will be moderating this session, and a round of applause to our panelists as well. Have a great discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming to this session on leveraging experience, states' readiness in security audit preparation. As you well heard, my name is Juan Lamosa, and I am the Chief of the Aviation Security Section, so of course, I love this topic. With me in this session, I wanted to start, before I introduce the panel, to highlight why I think it is very important for us. The USAP, from the beginning, has been intended as a method of assistance to states. We want to identify the gaps and find the roadmap towards improving aviation security. At the start, in the first cycle, it was only about direct compliance. In the second cycle, we moved to assessing the overall sustainability of the system. And in the transition to the CMA, we focused on not only being able to assess the overall sustainability of the system, but we also maintained the ability to assess compliance with the different standards. And then we introduced the continuous monitoring approach, which means we're trying to keep track of a lot of information to help us prioritize when to go and do an audit. Of course, that means that at some point, we're going to write a letter to the states saying, hello, we'd like to come and do an audit. This prioritization is based on a risk assessment that includes a lot of factors. But most importantly, it is not just about finding problems, but it's also finding improvement and recognizing improvement. We want the audit to be of maximum benefit for the state that is being audited. And for that, I think it's important the states are prepared. So this session is intended to focus on how do states prepare for audits, and talking from their experience, from our panelists' experience, what that means for them and what they have learned from their experiences. To my immediate right, I have Mr. Mubarak Saleh Al-Hilani, Superintendent, Air Traffic Services, Civil Aviation Authority of Oman. An experienced aviation professional with 28 years in the industry, he has held key leadership positions, including Acting Director General of Civil Aviation Regulation, where his responsibilities included regulating aviation, safety, and aviation security, and facilitation departments. He has also served as Acting Senior Director of Quality and Safety and Director of Air Traffic Services. He led regulatory teams for ICAO's USAP CMA audit and is currently spearheading Oman's efforts to prepare for, guess what, the ICAO USAP CMA audit, which is planned for the beginning of 2025. He has a proven track record in advancing aviation sector development, fostering strategic partnerships, and ensuring compliance with international standards. Additionally, he serves as the first vice chair of the ICAO Middle East Region Aviation Safety Group, further contributing to regional and global aviation safety initiatives. To his right, we have Mr. Daniel Milan, Director, Aviation Security and Facilitation of the Civil Aviation Authority of Côte d'Ivoire. Mr. Milan began his career in aircraft avionics systems maintenance for Air Afrique. He spent 5 years working for a ground handling company at Abidjan International Airport as head of the security department. In 2010, he joined the Côte d'Ivoire National Civil Aviation Authority as a security expert and chaired the committee responsible for developing the country's civil aviation security regulations. He is a national coordinator of the successful audits in security carried out by the West Africa Monetary Union and ICAO. He's qualified as an AFSEC PMC and has a master's degree in quality management and an advanced master's in air transport management. He's also a certified ICAO instructor and auditor, as well as a West Africa Monetary Union, Economic Monetary Union auditor. He is also a member of the Aviation Security Panel in ICAO. As such, he has contributed to the enhancement of aviation security level in Côte d'Ivoire. To his right, we have Mr. Vladimir Chertok, advisor to the head of the Federal Transport Oversight Service of the Russian Federation. Mr. Vladimir Borisovich Chertok is advisor, I already read that. He graduated from Moscow Aviation Institute. He works in the field of civil aviation since 1972, so one of our senior members of the panel. He worked during 30 years at the State Research Institute of Civil Aviation and conducted ground and flight tests of board life support systems, survival and safety for crews and passengers almost in all types of modern civil aircraft. As a test engineer in test flights flew more than 338 hours. In recent years, he has held various supervisory positions in the Ministry of Transport of Russian Federation. Currently, he is in charge of state control and oversight for compliance of legislation and national treaties on the Russian Federation in the field of protection from acts of unlawful interference in all types of transport, aviation security, and flight safety in civil aviation. To his right, we have Dr. Vinola Salesi, Director of Civil Aviation, Ministry of Infrastructure in Tonga. Dr. Salesi is a Director of Civil Aviation in Tonga with almost 20 years of experience in the aviation industry. Dr. Salesi dedicated her career to improving civil aviation for Tonga. As she develops her career, she became the first female civil aviation director for Tonga in 2016 after serving as acting director since 2014, and is the first PhD holder in aviation management in the Pacific region. Dr. Salesi's leadership extends beyond the aviation sector in Tonga as she actively advocates for ongoing development of the aviation security standards within the Pacific, as she is the co-deputy chair of the Pacific Aviation Safety Office. Dr. Salesi has published several papers in her PhD journey, including The Nexus of Aviation and Tourism Growth in the South Pacific Region, Stakeholders' Perceptions of Impacts of Aviation Subsidies in the South Pacific Region, and Strategies for South Pacific Region to Address Future Pandemics, Implications for the Aviation and Tourism Sectors, based on systematic literature review. Finally, to her right, we have Ms. Huda Atik, Head of Civil Aviation Security and Facilitation Section, Directorate General of Civil Aviation, Morocco. Ms. Huda Atik is an engineer with a degree in electronics and telecommunications. She began her career in 2018 at the General Directorate of Civil Aviation in Morocco, working in the Aviation Security and Facilitation Department. Over the years, she has gained extensive experience and is certified as both a national inspector and instructor in civil aviation security. She has also completed the USAP CMA auditor training with ICAO and participated in the CASE Project 2 with ICAC as an aviation security specialist on secondment. With 7 years of experience, Huda currently leads aviation security section at the Moroccan Civil Aviation. She has been involved in implementing Annex 17 SARPs, developing and delivering training programs, and overseeing security compliance with the National Civil Aviation Security Program. Huda works closely with government agencies, airlines, airports to improve aviation security. She is currently focused on preparing for the upcoming USAP CMA audit in Morocco and is eager to share her experiences in that preparation process. So as you can see, we have states that have recently been audited. We have states that are currently undergoing the preparation for the audit. Thank you very much for participating in this session. I have a series of questions that I wanted to pose to our panelists, and I would like to start with the most obvious one of all. What were your overall experiences in preparing for the audit? And to this, I'd like to invite Dr. Viola, who completed an audit not that long ago.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, Maloi, and warm greetings from the Pacific and the Kingdom of Tonga. It is indeed an honor and privilege to partake on this vital session, and would like to share Tonga's perspective as a small island development state, together with my fellow esteemed panelists on this topic. So I would like to just give you a bit of context in terms of the experience from Tonga, so that just a bit of background of Tonga. So Tonga is a tropical Pacific island. It's made up of 171 small islands spread over an ocean area of 700,000 square kilometers. We have a population of about 100,000. And we have an annual inbound passengers of about 80,000, with mostly tourists into Tonga. We have a small team within the civil aviation, but we have support from the equivalent of our SOO in the Pacific, PASO office, Pacific Aviation Safety Office, and also support from other civil aviation authorities like New Zealand, Australia, and Fiji, PNG, and so forth. So, sorry, to respond to the question, our overall, Tonga was audited in 2023 in May. I think it was one of the first country to be audited after the COVID, which amplified some of the current challenges that we face. But our overall experience was very challenging, and also we learned a lot from this process. And we highlighted a lot of gaps that help us to improve our aviation system. I think it was quite timely as the industry was just starting to start after the COVID, open the borders and stuff like that. And we have the COVID. It was quite timely to set the boundaries and benchmark for the aviation sector. So overall, it was very challenging. So I just want to maybe expand on one of the major challenges for Tonga was the limited time available for us for the preparation. So due to various factors, managerial change, somehow we only had 6 months to prepare for the audit. And it did not help that we didn't have enough staff, enough resources, enough knowledge, enough experience within the regulatory team and also from the aviation sector in Tonga. So it was very challenging, but we learned a lot because we, through robust collaborations and cooperations with civil aviation authorities, like New Zealand, who just recently completed their audit, we reached out and asked for support and guidance in how we can prepare, how we can make a plan for the preparation. So for Tonga, we got a lot of support from our neighboring countries who was willing to support us during this very difficult time. So definitely it was very challenging, but we were able to get through it with cooperation and collaboration with other authorities. And also, we were able to gain political support right from the outset in ensuring that we get national collaborations and support from other ministries, other departments, and the aviation sector as a whole for us to prepare as a country for this very important audit. So I think I've taken up a lot of time, but yeah, it was very challenging, but we did find some ways to support.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'd also like to look over to Daniel Milan, who also had an audit not that long ago. It should be next to you. You don't have a microphone?
Merci beaucoup, Juan. J'espère que la salle va s'habituer au français. Être programmé pour un audit de sûreté, c'est une activité qui engendre du stress et un bon engouement. Un engouement parce qu'on a amené à démontrer auprès des autorités à la face du monde tout le travail qu'on fait quotidiennement et qui va aboutir à un résultat. Le stress, c'est par rapport à l'imprévisibilité. En tant qu'aviation civile, vous mettez tout en œuvre pour assurer une bonne supervision, mais tout le système dépend de vous et des exploitants. Et c'est ce qui crée cette situation de stress. Pour nous, dès que nous avons été informés que nous devons faire un audit, nous avons commencé par un état des lieux. c'est-à-dire une sorte d'audit interne à blanc pour passer en revue toutes les questions de protocole de l'OACI et surtout nous assurer que tous les SE 1, SE 2, 3 et 5 sont bien mis en œuvre parce qu'on ne concevait pas pour ces EC d'établissement d'avoir des écarts. Donc ça constituait une relecture de la réglementation. Après avoir fait cet état de lieux, nous avons établi des équipes de travail. Ces équipes de travail, nous avons fait une répartition des domaines d'audit qui ont été attribués à chaque équipe de travail. Nous avons impliqué tout le monde. Nous n'avons pas travaillé en vase clos, nous avons impliqué toutes les entités pour qu'elles se sentent concernées par cette activité. Parallèlement à ces deux activités, nous avons réalisé beaucoup d'activités de contrôle qualité, des audits, des inspections et des tests. Et nous avons insisté sur beaucoup de tests et beaucoup d'inspections inopinées. Parce que lorsque les exploitants savent que vous devez venir, ils s'arrangent toujours à avoir un tableau qui paraît très blanc, mais lorsque vous faites beaucoup d'activités inopinées, vous arrivez à découvrir des choses que vous ne découvrez pas lorsque vous venez et qui sont déjà informés. Donc, on l'a fait. Après avoir fait tout cela, nous avons appelé un regard extérieur pour évaluer notre système, pour nous assurer qu'on n'a pas manqué des choses et que tout ce que nous avons prévu était bien réalisé. On a fait l'inverse parce qu'on avait en interne des auditeurs qui étaient assez expérimentés, qui connaissaient bien le système, et nous avons mis en œuvre tout ce système dans ce sens. Pour des audits, pour des États qui n'ont pas toute l'expertise en interne, elles peuvent commencer par faire cette évaluation d'audit à blanc par un regard extérieur et puis essayer de déployer tout le reste par elles-mêmes. Merci beaucoup, Juan.
Merci beaucoup, Daniel. Thank you very much. I'd like to continue with somebody who's preparing for an audit. So, Uda, how have you tackled this? What's your experience so far when you've been involved in audits before and as you get ready for the next one when it comes?
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Good afternoon. Thank you, Juan, for having me today in this panel. So my overview experience, I can admit that audit preparation is the most stressful part of the whole process of the audit. Sometimes it's even more stressful than the audit itself. Obviously, it is a critical process. It requires meticulous attention to details, a lot of pressure. You want to get everything right. But even it is stressful, still both challenging and rewarding, because I learned that that audit preparation is not one-time effort, but it's an ongoing commitment. I learned that also that audit preparation is about preparation to get organized. It's also about staying focused and about also good coordination and clear communication. So to prepare this audit, we try to do it smart. Do not work hard, better to work smart. So the first step that we did is a mock audit. It's like a gap analysis to identify exactly what are protocol questions that are satisfactory and what are protocol questions that are not unsatisfactory. So once the mock audit is done, now we have to attack the unsatisfactory protocol question. So to do it smart, we start by the easier unsatisfactory protocol question. What I mean by that is to start by the questions that are already done, but just need some modification to be satisfactory. That means that question that doesn't require too much effort and time. For example, if we have responsibility that are in real life associated to entity but is not documented, or for example, we have already established procedures, but regarding to a protocol question, that procedure should mention many point A, B, C, D, and this procedure mention all the point except C. So those questions. So once we have all these easier questions are done, now we have to ask a deep question, which is, do I have highest vulnerabilities in my system? So if the question is yes, that means that I have to attack these high vulnerabilities to do immediate rectification, because also the objective is to avoid any significant security concern during the audit. So once all that elements are done, now I can do the protocol question calmly. Maybe I can ask for other organization or other state for any support or assistance.
Thank you very much for that answer. It's very interesting because we see a lot of similarities at the same time already starting to grow. I'm going to move on to the second question, and I'm going to direct this one initially towards Vladimir. What are the challenges that have occurred in preparing for audits, and what areas of auditing have been particularly challenging for your state, or are there recurring challenges that occur, and how do you address these?
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. I'd like to speak Russian. Я хотел бы поблагодарить Хуана за то, что он организовал такую сессию. Я думаю, что всем это очень интересно, потому что кроме того, что ICAO разрабатывает стандарты и рекомендуемую практику, а я тоже член ОВСЕК, панели, уже очень давно, 18 лет всего. И хочу сказать, что за это время мне пришлось пройти 3 плановых проверки. И на глазах у меня, конечно, развитие всей системы аудита, которая была организована ICAO. Потому что ни одно требование эффективно не работает, если нет контроля и надзора за его исполнением. Хотел бы, во-первых, поблагодарить власти Омана за ту теплую погоду, которую они нам тут организовали. Здесь плюс 30 градусов, в России сейчас минус 30. Но я всегда понимаю, что для аудиторов ICAO Россия очень сложная для аудита страна. Почему? Ну, во-первых, мы самая большая страна по территории в мире. У нас с запада на восток 11 тысяч километров. И, конечно, у нас 224 только крупных аэропорта. И мы понимаем, что аудит ICAO, как правило, сводится к контролю наличия эффективного государственного надзора в России. И мы организовываем этот надзор примерно так же, как организовывает аудит ICAO. Но самое интересное, что мы начинаем подготовку, наверное, за 1,5 года до проверки. Обычно издается приказ министра и формируется специальный организационный комитет. У нас в эту рабочую группу комитетов входит до 120 экспертов, которые представляют Министерство транспорта, федеральные службы, агентства, полицию, службы безопасности, аэронавигацию, авиакомпании, аэропорты, все структуры. И вот эта группа экспертов, она разбивается именно на те самые 9 блоков вопросов протокола. У нас там 498 вопросов на сегодня. Очень сложная задача, и по каждому такому вопросу эксперты готовят документы для подтверждения соответствия требованиям. У нас, что еще очень интересно, наверное, для вас, у нас разработана специальная информационная система контроля авиационной безопасности. Мы в эту систему погрузили все вопросы протокола, и наши эксперты, они отвечают на эти вопросы, каждый из своей группы. Потом руководитель группы формирует сводный ответ, затем национальный координатор, ну вот я, например, просматриваю этот вариант ответа на вопрос. Когда он мной согласован, мы его отправляем в Министерство транспорта. И только после согласования с Министерством транспорта этот ответ погружается в систему непрерывного мониторинга. То есть мы получаем такой целый процесс вовлеченности в ответы на вопросы протокола именно почти всех наших головных экспертов. Ну, а из проблем, которые возникали по ходу самой проверки, хочу сказать, что это психологическая проблема, о которой вы уже здесь слышали. Это то, что специалисты, когда к ним подходит аудитор и задает вопросы, для них это непривычно. Они, как правило, испытывают испуг, и даже опытные не всегда отвечают на вопросы. Поэтому мы разработали систему подготовки, и до проверки аудитором ICAO специально играем роль аудиторов. Это такая ролевая игра, когда мы готовим этих специалистов к ответам. Причем они отвечают или мне, или нашим высоким чиновникам из системы надзора. И, в общем-то, 2-3 таких игры, они приводят к тому, что человек уже готов и психологически выдерживает стрессовую ситуацию встречи с аудиторами. Ну, а в целом я хочу сказать, что вот Хуан, который у нас тут сидит слева от меня, он, конечно, очень прогрессивный человек, и вот на моих глазах просто постоянно совершенствует и перестраивает систему универсальной программы проверок ICAO. Это даже интересно наблюдать, и я думаю, что он на правильном пути, мы его всячески поддерживаем. Спасибо, Хуан, за твой вклад и всей твоей команды в это очень важное дело.
Thank you very much, but I'm going to start to blush. I think it's the entire team that does it. It's not just me. I just get to say, look in front and say, be the face of it, but there's a big team behind me. I'd like to turn to Mubarak as well. A different level of state in terms of resources maybe compared to the volume of space and number of airports. But what was your experience? How would you answer to this question?
Well, thank you, Juan, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share Oman experience in preparing for the USAB CMA. So, going back to the challenges that normally faced by states, I would say the most difficult challenge that high-level administration and management teams in the civil aviation face are maintaining a real picture of the status of their state security oversight system. And this is challenging because it requires continuous monitoring and understanding also of the level of compliance to Annex 17 provisions, as well as the security-related provisions in Annex 9. So in order to address this challenge, Oman launched the program called Irtiqa program. And this program has a main goal, and this goal is to strengthen the state security oversight system and enhance the compliance capabilities. So in order to achieve this goal, we set two objectives. The first objective was to establish a high-level administrative management system that will steer and supervise the efforts to prepare and to be ready for the audit, and also to bring together specific tools that will help to conduct gap analysis, in-depth gap analysis, to identify the status of each protocol question, and then to come up with sustainable tools or sustainable solutions that will achieve these two objectives. So based on that, there are 4 pillars of the program. The first pillar was establishing specialized teams, each team is focusing on specific audit area. So all the about 500 protocol questions were distributed amongst these 9 teams of the audit areas. That ensured actually having clear ownership of each protocol question. In addition to that, that also helped us to avoid overlooking any area of the USAB CMA requirement. So having that said, in order for these teams to work effectively, we established also service work streams. And actually these work streams are supporting this specialized working group. The responsibility is, for example, to bridge gaps in human capital, to deliver dedicated training focused on the area that will bridge any gaps in training, for example. Also introducing new technology, providing also systems to the aviation entities in order to maintain efficient, I would say, solution, and to have strong also state safety oversight system. In addition to that, in order for these 2 pillars to work, then a number of, I would say, ancillaries or tools were also established. One of them, for example, conducting mock USAB CMA audit. Actually, this is just like simulation, simulating the USAB CMA in advance time to have also a clear understanding of the gaps. In addition to that, also we launched a collaborative program with the ICAO, and here I encourage states to optimize and utilize ICAO expertise in assisting states to, I would say, provide them with insights on how to prepare for the audit, but also technically how to address some gaps. In this context, we conducted a number of assistant missions in advance time, because we know also that ICAO, they have also timeline within which they stop providing this assistance in order to give states time to prepare for the audit. Also, we conducted a quality assurance to check each file for each protocol question. Is it meeting the requirements or not? So this was another tool. Also, I encourage states to utilize their missions at ICAO if they have. We used Oman mission at the ICAO as a platform to connect our inspectors with experts from the ICAO to provide them with technical information and assistance. So I believe to address this recurrent challenge, which is maintaining a real-time picture of the state safety oversight system, states has to come with innovative solution to address it.
Thank you very much. We've heard from two different experiences, but I'm still interested in Dr. Viola's approach because, again, it's not the same when you have very many resources to, as we heard in the first intervention, the spread out and limited resources. So over to you.
Thank you, Joanne, for the opportunity to share our perspective. As mentioned before, with regards to the challenges that we face, so it's basically a lot of challenges surrounding not just the resources, but also knowledge on how and experience with this sort of audit. I think with the team that we, within the Civil Aviation Division, when we were informed of this audit, none of us has undergone any USEP audit, especially the CMA approach. I think it was quite new for us, and that presented a different layer of challenge in terms of the formatting and how we respond to a protocol question, for example. So in order for us to overcome those challenges, firstly, we reached out to ICAO and asked to provide, there was a training, a workshop provided on the preparation for USEP. So I reached out and asked ICAO to provide that, not just for the team, but also the stakeholders that's involved in having, establishing this, the national committee to help us prepare for the audit. So that was the first thing that we did, was trying to understand the whole process of what's involved with the USEP audit. And then after that, we wanted to get more information, and then we reached out to New Zealand, who just completed the audit, and thankfully they wanted to support us, and they sent an advisor to sit with us for 2 weeks to go through the protocol questions. So after we understood the whole concept of the audit, we were more stressed because now we understood what we didn't know before. But I think what got us through is just we got support, external support. We got a technical advisor to help us, and my team, and also with the other stakeholders within Tonga, especially those ministries that's not directly involved with the aviation sector. We have to try and get them on board, and we have to get them to understand how to respond to the protocol questions, because we didn't have the information within our division. And I think for me, there was also another challenge for us, because we just learned how to do it ourselves, and then now we have to try and share that knowledge with another division. But I think out of the whole experience, we learned a lot from this process, especially in how to go through the USEP audit, how to prepare. Very stressful, but with robust sort of collaboration and cooperation, because now we understood what we don't have. We reach out to our donor partners, development partners, civil aviation authorities within the Pacific. PASO that was able to provide support within the limited time frame that I mentioned before. And we just prioritized the areas that we understood that was the most vulnerable within our system. And of course, we have a very small comparison, system. So it's supposed to be more straightforward, but we found it to be quite challenging especially when we found areas that we thought supposed to be not applicable in Tonga, and then because we're using New Zealand rule pads, that kind of presented additional challenge for us. So in that area of the audit, we felt like it was more challenging for us because we felt, okay, this area is not applicable, so it won't be looked at during the audit, but during the audit was a different sort of approach that was used. Yeah, I think that's some of the challenges that we have, but definitely for me, the main key for us in getting through our preparation also during the audit was collaborations and cooperation with the civil aviation authorities that was able to provide the support during this time. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very interesting, and we in ICAO think that we are reaching out and doing seminars to make sure that we reach out to the states on how to prepare, and we've even tried to do activities virtually for the Pacific Islands. But given the distances that you travel, and this is something that's also difficult sometimes to grasp, is that there are huge distances to travel. Even within your country, when you talk about the islands that you have, there's not a huge population base, but you still cover a large area. But the importance of cooperation, collaboration, and talking to other states and working with other states is emerging in multiple answers. Recognizing that we don't have a lot of time, I'm going to try to limit the next two questions to two people at most, and if you could try to keep the answers as brief as possible, but still getting your ideas. Let's not look only at the negative. There still has to be some positives. Now, you've already started talking about some of the learning that has been happening and some of the activities that you've done. Going over to Uda this time. Were there things that went well? Can you elaborate on those?
Okay, so to answer your question quickly, I'll start by training for personnel involved in audit preparation, because I think, or I truly believe that this category of personnel must have knowledge on USAP CMA objectives, approach, methodology, should also have a solid understanding of Annex 17 standards, the difference between critical element, as well as how to develop a corrective action plan. And here I'd like to recommend a very interesting course or seminar organized and delivered by ICAO. It's ICAO Regional USAP CMA seminar. This seminar was really helpful for us, especially for our personnel to get familiarized with the audit in general. Also, I'd like to add that what worked also for us is because a lot of states fall into a common trap is once we want to prepare for the audit, we get motivated and we want to get everything right at once. So what worked for us is to break the work into smaller steps, one by one, slowly but surely. So this is the approach that really works for us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Danielle, what were your experiences and what worked well in your preparation?
Pour nous, s'il y a un conseil qu'on doit donner pour pouvoir préparer un audit, c'est s'y prendre très tôt. Il faudrait s'y prendre très tôt et considérer que le travail qui est fait tous les jours constitue des éléments de preuve d'audit. Et lorsque on reste dans cette logique-là, on n'a pas besoin d'attendre d'avoir un audit pour dire qu'on est prêt. On va réaliser le travail normalement. Et on aura toujours à garantir la rigueur, l'excellence. Pour nous, ce sont des points qui sont assez importants. Il faut considérer le travail de tous les jours comme des éléments de preuve d'audit et développer une réelle culture de la sûreté au niveau des États. Merci.
Merci beaucoup encore. Now, back to Mubarak. How do you keep sustained readiness? How does your state ensure your ongoing readiness to meet ICAO requirements outside the audit cycle?
Very good question, Juan. Outside the audit cycle, sometimes we often just assume that things are going as per the requirements, but actually in order to maintain, I would say, active and effective oversight system and to be prepared at any time to be audited, our proposal or suggestion actually is to utilize the ICAO frameworks and platforms that were essentially established to facilitate communications amongst civil aviation authority and different stakeholders. As per Annex 17, states are required to establish a National Security Aviation Committee. We believe that optimizing or utilizing this committee by putting a sort of mandate in their program and in their annual agenda to monitor the security oversight system regularly and also to evaluate the level of compliance to the provision. So this is a platform that is already established. This committee also is supported by another committee, which is the National Facilitation Committee. So specific arrangements can be established between the two committees if this is the setup in state. Some states actually, they have combined committees responsible for both. That will make it easier. But for states that doesn't have such committee, they still can establish framework that will always be responsible for maintaining an active and effective safety oversight system and to monitor their compliance capabilities.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn to Vladimir also. You discussed how your system works, which is a long process to prepare for an audit. But how do you ensure your ongoing readiness for your requirements between audits of ICAO or any other?
Спасибо, Хуана. Отличный вопрос. Дело в том, что мы буквально несколько лет назад ввели новый федеральный закон о государственном контроле и надзоре, который непосредственно предусматривает государственную систему, я бы сказал, в формате как раз мониторинга. То есть там прямо написана необходимость дистанционного контроля. В принципе, тот механизм, который сейчас действует в ИКАО, это механизм непрерывного мониторинга, это и есть дистанционный контроль, который позволяет постоянно видеть, что что-то меняется, что-то нужно поправить, и видна вся картина. Ну, а самое главное, то, что связано с аудитом ИКАО, это то, что мы можем национальную систему, которая у нас достаточно сильная и серьезная, ее как-то гармонизировать с той системой, которая существует в целом в мире. Мы понимаем, что есть разные подходы, разные проблемы. И вот много обсуждали то, что касается оценки новых видов угроз и рисков. Вот мы же не всегда сталкиваемся с той угрозой, которая могла быть в другой стране. И там реагирование может быть по-другому, и, наверное, может быть, нужно что-то вносить законодательство, в систему надзора, ну, в том числе и в систему, значит, универсальных программ проверок. Я полагаю, что эта система USAP CMA очень эффективная, очень полезная, если ее воспринимать не как какую-то надзорную функцию, а как именно методическую помощь со стороны ICAO государствам для обеспечения глобальной системы безопасности. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. I have one last question for this panel, and I think it's a very important one. But we have to keep it short. So just one little sentence from each one of you. If you could just give one piece of advice in audit preparation, what would that be? And I'm going to start right to my right with Mubarak.
Thank you, Juan. I would say, as my colleague mentioned, start early, engage all stakeholders.
Thank you very much. Daniel?
Je vais reprendre ces mots en français, commencer très tôt. Merci.
Vladimir?
Я хочу сказать, что вот в зале сидят наши коллеги, очень много, вот из Казахстана, из Азербайджана, я думаю, что из Киргизии, Узбекистана, то есть те государства, которые в нашем регионе находятся, в Евразийском. И мы организовали очень эффективный обмен опытом вот в нашем регионе, именно опытом по результатам проверок ICAO, по результатам аудита. И это очень эффективный обмен. Сразу скажу, что нас к этому подтолкнул, правда, предыдущий президент Совета ICAO, но мы всегда откликаемся на рекомендации руководства ICAO и, в общем-то, видим здесь огромную пользу для продвижения безопасности вообще не только в государствах, но и в целом в регионе.
Thank you very much. Viola?
Thank you very much. I think I mentioned before, my key advice will be robust collaboration and cooperation with key stakeholders. With the effective collaboration and cooperation between the ministries, the aviation sector within Tonga, the external support, the civil aviation authorities within the Pacific were very instrumental in the preparation phase for the audit for Tonga. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Uda?
Audit preparation should never start by an ICAO notification and end with audit completion. Audit preparation should be viewed as a continuous proactive action integrated in daily task.
Thank you very much. We end on this point, but I think that the key themes that have come out outside of collaboration and cooperation, aviation security is a subject that touches many different departments, ministries, operators, entities in our systems. And that ongoing dialogue and cooperation is important. And we have always invited states to use the protocol questions on their own to self-audit and self-prepare. We have our assistance section that can help, and we try to do as much training that we can. But it's important to hear the message that we have to keep doing that effort, that we can't stop, and that we have to keep reaching out and doing everything we can to reach out to more. Because even though a lot of the message is about preparing for the questions and the protocol questions, the actual intent has to always be kept in mind, that we want to determine whether or not we are complying with those standards that we've agreed are important to protect aviation. So with that in mind and promoting the idea that we do want this to be a collaborative experience, we want to hear from you, we want to interact with you, and we want you to be ready for the audits because they are not meant to be a punishment, but to identify gaps on how we can improve collectively the entire system. So thank you very much to everybody. I appreciate your time, and I thank everybody that is in the room for having listened to our conversation.
Thank you to our moderator, Mr. Juan Lamosa, and our esteemed panelists for the insightful discussion on states' readiness in security audit preparation. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. On today's schedule, we have one more session right after the coffee break, but before we get to the coffee break, we have a brief Sky Talk presented by Rapiscan Systems on modernizing screener certification. Let's give a round of applause to our speaker from Rapiscan Systems.
Hi everyone, I'm just waiting for some slides here, but I'll just start with a little introduction. So my name's Sophie, I work for the Civil Aviation Authority International, and I'm here today talking on behalf of Rapiscan. Just want to say it's a real privilege to be here and to be with you all here in Oman, and thank you to all those involved in hosting us. I hope you've been enjoying the sessions so far today. I am really excited that I have this opportunity to be up here speaking with you about the modernization of screener certification on behalf of Rapiscan and to share our new collaborative partnership between CAAI and Rapiscan Systems. Sorry, I think it's jumped on a little bit. Perfect. So who are we and why are we working together? Well, CAA International and Rapiscan have embarked on a strategic collaboration to transform airport security screening and drive the adoption of advanced screener assessment solutions by establishing a global platform to enhance X-ray screening competency within the aviation sector. Rapiscan are a global leader in security screening products and solutions focused on maximizing threat detection and operational success. And CAAI, well, we are the technical assistance arm of the UK Civil Aviation Authority, who unite and export the CAA's regulatory expertise and insight to help air transport prosper globally. And to that end, we have a shared goal of raising certification standards. CAA International, as the wholly owned subsidiary of the UK CAA, are in a unique position to support other aviation authorities. We understand and are living with the challenges faced on a daily basis and hold the experience, knowledge, and in-depth understanding of national and international screener certification requirements to implement this modernization. And as a leading technology provider, Rapiscan have comprehensive insights into screening technology, now and into the future. So the DXCT product has been created through our partnership and forms a tool to meet the relevant ICAO requirements and standards for screener certification. Now, I'm just going to take a few steps back here and define certification. And what ICAO says, it is a formal evaluation and confirmation by or on behalf of the appropriate authority for aviation security that a person possesses the necessary competencies to perform assigned functions to an acceptable level. I think that purpose is very clear for this audience. We need to assure that our screeners or operators of X-ray equipment can do the job of threat identification. But this comes with many challenges. And on my slides here, you can see we've got, firstly, defining competence. What makes the screener competent? It's a big question. And how can this be quantified for use in an assessment system? And generally then, what we see, a certification system tests the ability to identify prohibited articles, and the acceptable baseline standard for this can be defined through a risk-based and evidence-based pass mark. So, okay, now we have to standardize that pass mark. Moving on to our next challenge. Each screener must sit a fair assessment with the same parameters, the same difficulty. And this must be consistent at various locations and through time. And thirdly, we have the challenge of oversight and quality assurance. How can the appropriate authority ensure the defined standard is continuously upheld? How can the appropriate authority design a sustainable assessment and make best use of available data? It's also important to define our metrics of success here, so the system performance is measured as well, in addition to the performance of the screeners themselves. Fourthly, accessibility, and here I'm talking about perhaps some of the more practical challenges of implementing screener certification. So, is the test deployable to various locations? Are there excessive IT requirements? Is the image bank secure? And the last challenge, and quite a substantial one, is driving positive culture. And what I mean by this is moving away from the notion of certification being a tick box exercise. There are strong parallels, I think we can all agree, with the development of positive security culture, developing what we can call a positive assessment culture or even positive certification culture means realizing and understanding the benefits that an effective certification system can bring. It's not just a tick box exercise or an afterthought, it becomes a powerful tool to wield in the drive to improve standards. So what do we need to address those challenges? Well, we think there needs to be a system built on educational principles such as fair and valid assessment, built on regulatory requirements, and here I'm talking about something that meets the relevant baseline standards, but also goes beyond compliance. We are in a changing world, and we've heard it so much from some of the previous speakers, with ever-evolving threats, and we need an assessment that matches the pace of technological change in response to the diversifying threat picture. Many screeners are working on multiple types of screening equipment now, with nuanced differences in key competencies required to perform, for example, between 2D and 3D screening. And next, adaptability and flexibility. We need a system that suits a range of governance models and diverse aviation entities and their logistical national layouts, if you will. And finally, proven success, a system where we have seen successful deployment to address all of the challenges and needs I've just spoken about. And we believe that DXCT sits at the heart of these requirements, and it's been constructed with these needs at the forefronts of our minds. It's not necessarily that straightforward, though, and screener certification is complex in many, many ways, and this is reflected in the research picture. And there will be those of you out there with deep expertise on many of these topics that you can see on screen now. And it's a fascinating and exciting area of research. But when we have to assure ourselves that our systems are working for us, in line with the evidence, and keep our regulations and our processes on top of an ever-evolving picture, it gets a bit tougher. So I just want to take you from left to right of some of the main research problems that we have, or research topics that we have. Many countries are upgrading their screening equipment, for example, from 2D to 3D, or even single view to dual view. And this affects screeners' performance and the way we measure it. We are seeing increasing automation within the security system. So screeners may be seeing fewer bags, but perhaps a higher ratio of complex bags. How does this affect their decision-making and their competency? And there is a lot of interesting research on time on task. How long can or should screeners screen in totality whilst continuously reviewing images? And also, what is the effect of setting time limits for viewing an image? And of course, key human factors elements here. And one of the significant ones for screening is workload. How do screeners perform in busy environments? Does their ability change when they are screening at a higher flow rate, for example? And should we be assuring ourselves of concepts like this through certification? We see ICAO's human factors principles, and we know we need to apply them to certification systems, and so we need an understanding of these principles. And then lastly, how do we even measure all this? Of course, we need robust certification mechanisms, but is there an even more complex picture here? Can we access deeper data on performance through looking at different metrics? And indeed, what can we learn from safety colleagues and their licensing and certification processes, even down to simple things like, simple to say things, like the practical application at a system level. So essentially, there is a growing amount of evidence and research in security to inform our approaches to screener certification. And this is something that the Rapiscan CAA International Partnership view as critical to providing our services. So a little bit more on the specifics of the system and the product now. The DXCT, Digital X-ray Competency Test, is an image-based interpretation test for operators of X-ray and EDS equipment. It provides a national assessment platform for monitoring and evaluating your screener's performance. And it delivers valid assessment of detection capability for the purposes of regulatory certification requirements. In addition to that, it offers insights into skill levels across all modes of screening and across various entities, and all of this through an easily accessible online platform. The system has some brilliant technical capabilities. It's proven and already in use in a complex civil aviation environment, and I will explain a bit more about that in due course. It's web-based with no local installation requirement. It has exceptional availability and stability. It's digitally secure, provides full oversight to the regulator, and covers a huge range of screening environments, 2D and 3D, with a large image bank of over 7,000 images that are randomly drawn for each test. It's fully customizable to meet the regulator's testing requirements. And there is so much more on its capabilities as a system. So please do come and talk to us on the Rapiscan stand if you'd like to know about any of that in more detail. But of course, it is a technologically sound system. It's built on expert assessment principles, but it also offers states access to global regulatory expertise via CAA International. It is accepted that raising standards comes with some degree of difficulty. We all feel that, right? We have discussed the challenges or touched on the challenges faced by digitalizing screener certification and the difficulties of driving and resourcing change. DXCT represents a straightforward way of meeting those challenges. With DXCT, as I mentioned before, certification is not a tick box exercise or an afterthought. It enables regulators to improve their standards in this critical capability area. Through partnership with Rapiscan, the UK CAAI deliver that regulatory expertise and offer full support before, during, and after implementation of the new certification system. And this is probably the most exciting bit for me. I'm now going to give you an overview of the UK case study. So this is how this product came to be. It originated in the UK in a collaborative approach between Rapiscan, the CAA, and the Department of Transport. And taking you back to 2021, 2022, the UK had a vision for screener certification. And this vision was to facilitate a robust and valid assessment system in line with international and national regulatory requirements, whilst going beyond compliance to support industry to improve screening standards. And the DXCT in the UK has allowed the regulator there to comprehensively meet those visions. And how is this done? Well, Firstly, defining requirements. So the UK wanted to advance its capability in the national assessment in three main ways: making a more valid test, making a more accessible test, and making better use of data. So the UK CAA had exacting demands and needed a system that was robust and to a high standard. The UK was also is transitioning into 3D screening for cabin baggage, expanding the use of X-ray in in-flight supplies, and that meant that the test needed to apply to various modes of screening with a suitable degree of specificity. And it was designed to meet current and future needs, so it presents a sustainable option. And another key aspect here is the UK wanted an online-based system that would work across the country, including areas of lower broadband speed. Secondly, building the system. Working closely with Rapiscan and the Department for Transport, a project was set up, and the UK Digital X-ray Competency Test was built from the ground up. Now we are offering it in an off-the-shelf option, which is fully customizable for local requirements. What this means, though, is that a lot of Rapiscan and UK expertise went into designing the system and the implementation of the system and the rollout to industry. And this is all expertise that has been retained for future users of the system. And this leads on to the third step in the journey, user testing. And a critical element of success here was working collaboratively with industry to ensure that the product was fit for purpose. So not only has DXCT been robustly acceptance tested, its design has been informed by users from the very start. And on to point 4, the UK CAA also put significant work into a pilot assessment to set the appropriate pass mark. And this is critical for the rollout of such a system. If you set that pass mark too low, vulnerabilities could be created, and too high, there is a large operational impact from potential screener retraining. And to point 5, deployment. So the system went live with all users having access from the point of launch, and this is probably one of the largest success stories for the UK DXCT. Rapiscan was stood up to assist with any deployment problems, but there were very, very minimal issues. And this was particularly reassuring immediately after launch, as it helped UK industry partners build confidence in the system. In its first year, the UK's DXCT has facilitated over 44,000 assessments, registered 19,000 users, with a peak of over 620 assessments conducted in a single day. And finally, the ongoing management of the system and embedding it into business as usual. The system is very robust, as I mentioned, and has been performing exceptionally with no unplanned downtime. The UK CAA has live remote access to all test results and data, including full test details. It is possible for this to be viewed by organisation, by aviation area, by threat category, and so on. And the UK have linked this with internal reporting software and produce a regular overview report, and there's potential to share that with industry partners. And there's huge further potential here in the data for those future users of this system. The data can be used for trend analysis, to add evidence to compliance activity, or to feed into performance-based oversight. So for this second to last slide, I wanted to touch on something I've observed through my experiences as a screener, and then working on certification as a regulator, now as a provider. What becomes apparent are 3 base components that interplay with what can be defined as successful screener certification. Now, these are not wholly exclusive components of success, nor will deploying screener certification guarantee that these facets are achieved. But for a system to be successful, it needs to be built on expert educational principles, like the DXCT. It needs to meet the appropriate security standards, like the DXCT. And it needs to be embedded in a positive culture, so that certification becomes a tool for driving improvement. And this links in as one part of ICAO's Global Aviation Security Plan, hitting numerous priority areas, and indeed as a component of regulatory maturity itself. DXCT and similar tools will set regulators on the path to security maturity and form key jigsaw pieces for states in working towards achieving the goals of the GASIP. So just to conclude here, the CAA International has taken stance at the forefront of digital exam delivery and certification expertise for regulators, with services aiming to both add efficiency to the oversight capability of national appropriate authorities and enhance their security performance. These dual foci have driven the partnership with Rapiscan, who are a global technology leader and have incredible expertise in what they do, to create the DXCT and forward the goal of improving screener certification internationally. CAAI, its parent, the UK CAA, and our technology partner, Rapiscan, have a strong reputation and are highly trusted in the resilient delivery of electronic examination and training solutions across the globe. We have a shared responsibility to continue to strive to raise security standards and keep the traveling public safe. And modernizing the screener certification regime comprises a central tenet of those goals. So thank you very much for your time. My details are on the screen here, and my Rapiscan colleague. Please come and talk to us on the Rapiscan stand. We're very excited about this product, and we'd be very excited to talk with you about your security needs and your certification needs. Thank you.
Thank you to our speaker from Rapiscan Systems for the informative presentation on advancing screener certification. We will now take a 30-minute coffee break. Please return promptly to your chosen sessions after the break. Following the break, the sessions will proceed as follows. The final session in Muscat Hall, it's going to be on empowering youth, balancing gender and security in aviation. In Salalah Hall, the session will be on protecting aviation critical infrastructure. In Nizwa Hall, it's going to be on technical discussions on the declaration. And in Matrah Hall, it's going to be on continuation of technical discussions on the declaration. Also, I want to remind you that today is the final day to register for the tour that is arranged by ICAO. So if you want to register, please scan the code. The brochure will be available on the screen later on. Scan the QR code and to register for the tour. I highly recommend it. As I had mentioned, this is the ideal time to tour Oman. Enjoy your break, and we look forward to reconvening for the upcoming session in approximately 15 minutes. Thank you.
Check. Check. Testing 1, check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Test. check. Check 1 2. Check.
Good afternoon, everyone. May we kindly request that you all get seated so that we can shortly begin with the next session. We kindly ask that you all get seated so that we can shortly begin with the next session. Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and thank you for waiting. Here in the Muscat Hall, we will now begin with our final session of the day titled Empowering Youth, Balancing Gender and Security in Aviation. The future of aviation security depends on innovative ideas and diverse perspectives, and today's youth are uniquely positioned to drive this evolution. Empowering youth will not only bridge the gender gap in the industry, but will also foster an inclusive environment that supports progress in aviation security. This session will focus on practical strategies to combat gender discrimination while highlighting the critical role of young people in civil aviation security. Attendees will explore the importance of gender balance, hear about challenges and opportunities faced by youth, and be inspired by success stories and expert insights. Together, we aim to create a more balanced and inclusive future for aviation security. To guide this session, I am pleased to introduce our moderator, Ms. Anik Golay, Canada's permanent representative to ICAO. Ms. Anik Golay has served as Canada's permanent representative to ICAO since June 2023. She is the chair of the Climate and Environment Committee and previously chaired the small group on gender. Ms. Golay is also an active member of ICAO's council, participating in 8 of its committees and 3 small groups. Before her appointment, Ms. Golay held various senior diplomatic roles, including Canada's ambassador to Romania, Bulgaria, and Moldova, Minister Counselor for Economic and Trade Affairs in Moscow, and Senior Trade Commissioner in Beijing. She also served in Armenia, Uzbekistan, and Japan, where she worked closely with Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry. Please join me in welcoming the moderator as well as our panelists, their excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome them with a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. Welcome to all of you. Good afternoon. I would first like to thank our hosts for organizing Aviation Security Week in beautiful Oman, and especially for including this very special session on youth. We will be talking in this panel about the importance of youth, innovation, and technologies in bringing about a new aviation culture that will help us, hopefully, to tackle the many challenges that emerge in the aviation sector, but also help us to seize the many opportunities that also exist in this sector. We will also discuss how youth can be an enabler to achieve a more gender-balanced workforce dedicated to making our skies more secure. So given the high importance of the topic, we have assembled for you today a very, very high-level panel of aviation leaders and experts. I will introduce them in a minute so that you know I will then go to each panelist to ask them a specific question on the broader emerging empowering youth and achieving gender balance topic. I will give them about 3-5 minutes to respond, And then we will go to the audience for some questions. I would like also to convey a very special welcome to the students, the young people who have joined us. I think we have about 70 of them on the front row. So welcome to you. Please start thinking about your questions. So we have with us today, and I will start by the center. You have also the pictures, but Salvatore Cecchitano, who is the president of the ICAO Council. To his left, the Secretary General of ICAO, Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar. Then to his left, we have His Excellency Engineer Al-Duwej, the President of the General Civil Aviation of Saudi Arabia. Our host, His Excellency left, and to my left, we have His Excellency Engineer Naif Al-Abri, the President of the Civil Aviation Authority of Oman. To the right of Mr. President of the Council, we have Mr. Abdelnabi Manar, who is the DG of the Arab Civil Aviation Organization. To his right, we have Ms. Engineer Ahlam Al-Jandrabi, CEO of Sharqiya Aviation. And finally, last but not least, representative on the Council for Ghana, Ms. Anita Adjie-Machier. So welcome to all of you, panelists. I will start with Mr. President, Mr. Cecchitano, for the first question. But before, if I may introduce, we talked a lot about how we just celebrated the 80th anniversary of ICAO. On this occasion, we've been talking a lot about the achievements that the organization has helped achieve in the last 8 years. But you made a point, Mr. President, to also think about the future. So yes, let's look back at what we achieved, but how can we be, how can we play a role in the future of the aviation sector? Some of the panelists in other sessions have discussed the growth of traffic, enormous traffic growth in the next decades. We're talking about the challenges that this will bring, but also new technologies, air mobility, and so on. So, Mr. President, my question is both simple but also complex. What is the role of ICAO, of the ICAO Council and its member states in addressing specifically the challenges or the opportunities brought by youth and also the challenge of reaching gender balance in the sector?
Thank you very much, Ambassador Goulet. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, your question will require a full conference because this is the topic of a summit that we organized 1 year ago on gender equality and a summit organized on the next generation aviation professionals. But let's start from one point. First of all, the title of the panel is related to how to enhance gender equality and access of youth to aviation sector, to security. In particular, I would say that there is no real difference in aviation. In aviation, there is one general issue that is to attract the next generation, to attract youth to aviation in a context where, from one side, there is a perspective of high demand and opportunities of jobs. On the other side, there is a tendency to decrease the interest in aviation. There was a study published and discussed in ICAO before the pandemic, but still valid, envisaging with a forecast of approximately 25,000 new airplanes to be introduced in the fleet in the following 20 years, meaning approximately 350,000 pilots and approximately 480,000 technicians. From one perspective, this is a consequence of growth. Probably the figures will be increased rather than, because we have a perspective of increase after the pandemic that are absolutely interesting in terms of growth rate. On the other side is a matter of fact, and we know that the attraction of aviation is becoming lower. Not because it's less interest in aviation, but because there are many other opportunities of job in other sectors. Probably aviation has lost the charm that it was in the past. Probably there are other, for example, in the past, aviation pilots and cabin assistants were attracted because they had the opportunity to travel. Let's admit that there were also practical reasons. So nowadays it's easy to travel, is less appealing. So there is an issue regarding the need to create awareness on the opportunities in aviation for young people. Regarding gender as well, there is a distinction, but the topics are connection. Gender equality is an issue in aviation, regardless, as a matter of principle, the youth or young people. But it's clear that attracting more young people to aviation, we can address also the current imbalance of gender, because the women have more access now than in the past in a certain number of studies, in a certain number of education that can bring more women to work in aviation. These are just basic principles that I wanted to mention. How to address it? The question is how the Council is addressed. Well, Council and ICAO in general has addressed both aspects years ago. The first one is the establishing of a program called the Next Generation Aviation Program. It's a program that aims to create awareness initiatives in order to attract, to create the basis of policies or opportunities to approach young people to aviation. The other, let's say, initiatives that have been undertaken by the Council is to create initiatives as a summit that was organized this was the second summit last year in Madrid, aiming to adopt actions in order to access the gender equality in aviation. In aviation, in terms of figures or statistics, we are I would say, not in good health, because we have approximately 5% of certified staff, aviation staff, that are women. In some sectors, we are a little bit better, but it's a matter of fact that this is the statistic. And even worse, the growth rate or the improvements has been very, very low. In 5 years, 0.1% more. That is something that I mentioned during the summit. It can lead to gender equality in a certain number of centuries, not in several of years. But we have the Sustainable Development Goal of the United Nations, number 5, that indicates that we need to achieve gender equality by 2030. So we are committed to do so. The summit that was held last year in Madrid adopted a certain number of actions, adopted a document that is called for actions, with the 26 actions that were indicated. I will not mention them, but probably there is one that is the most important. And the one that is most important, in addition to create awareness, to promote initiatives, to adopt policies, to create conditions for equal gender opportunities in terms of career, certain number of actions that are requested to be implemented by states. But there is one that I believe is more important, is to have data, because not all countries are in the same status, nor all sectors are the same, to have access to data that are available at a national level, but not at a general international level, could help also the aviation sector to move better, to move faster. Also to create conditions for emulation that is not something bad idea. And I do believe that in this sense the Council will continue to be serious on this subject, also in view of the assembly that will be held in September, October in Montreal next year, in order to bring some updates to the assembly and to continue to make progress on this subject. So these are just a few elements that I can believe I can address in 3 or 4 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. You addressed some very, very important issues, the growth of the air traffic, which means that I believe, according to a former panelist, 2 million professionals will be needed around 2036. And you mentioned that we also aim to achieve gender equality by 2030, but that means going from currently 5% of women in the aviation sector to 50%. So we will need to rely on strong programming, good initiatives to achieve that. And so I turn to the Secretary General of ICAO, who's responsible to put those SARPs and those decisions of the Council in practice with those programs, initiatives, especially on the gender and youth front. Could you talk a bit about the initiatives that the Secretariat has put forward, is thinking about, and how that fits into the broader UN Sustainable Development Goals? Someone mentioned also this morning in one of the panels that one of the big challenges is the resilience of the sector. So I don't know if you can say a few words about all those elements that I just mentioned.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Good afternoon to all and to the distinguished members of this panel. Indeed, we will need many talents with innovative skills joining aviation in order to implement all these SARPs and all these new policies and exciting opportunities in aviation. And if I may start by explaining what is the challenge that we have in front of us, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic affected profoundly civil aviation in many ways. One of it is that during the pandemic, a lot of talent and experience and knowledge was lost. And so the normal needs of the growth of civil aviation and the new technologies that already represent a challenge now is even more, because there is a lot of experience that was lost during the pandemic. And during the pandemic also, ICAO, that had a brilliant program that is called the New Generation of Aviation Professionals, ICAO also was forced to stop that program. So what we are doing now, much in the line that was expressed before me by the President of the Council, we are working with a focus on this new generation of aviation professional and giving it also a lens of gender balance. So we want to create more opportunities for young talents. We want to create more opportunities and be able to attract more female workers to this sector. And we do that mainly by 2 main streams of work. The first one is making an emphasis on education and training. And so through education and training, we promote education partnerships. And I will invite you all that are attending this session to enter ICAO website and look at the opportunities for scholarships that are in conjunction with member states, with leading aviation institutions in the world that offer exciting opportunities for young and brilliant minds like the ones that are attending this session today. We are also launching a mentoring course and mentoring opportunities. And a good example of that also is that one of the proposals that we made to member states to celebrate, to mark the 80th anniversary of the Chicago Convention, the 80th anniversary of ICAO, was to meet the aviation professional. So there is an opportunity, there are many states that are doing that precisely in their countries or in their regions to showcase the different professionals that build this sector and that represent brilliant career opportunities. And also, we are making an emphasis on soft skills training for the next generation of professionals. Civil aviation is not the traditional civil aviation that we will see in the coming 10, 15 years. There is this transition to zero carbon emissions, and this represents new technologies and new technical skills that are required. There is advanced air mobility, what people commonly call drones, that brings a whole new area for the civil aviation sector and new types of occupation and occupational skills that are required. There is commercial space transportation that is more and more being frequent, and we will see that in the coming 10 and 15 years, just to present a few examples of exciting new career paths that the civil aviation sector offers to this new generation of professionals. And so besides education and training, we are also working on outreach. And outreach initiatives at ICAO include student competitions. So in our events, we are launching student competitions to attract those young, brilliant minds that want to contribute to the development of the aviation sector, and we recognize those in our global events. We conduct model ICAO forums, so we conduct that mainly in our headquarters in Montreal, but very often these are arranged globally. And so there are opportunities for students from around the world to come and see how ICAO, as a specialized agency for civil aviation from the United Nations systems, work and how you can contribute to that work. There are internships and young aviation professionals programs. Those are the programs that unfortunately we had to stop during the pandemic, but now we are working with donor states in order to reactivate these opportunities and again start bringing young professionals to see what working in international civil aviation represents. And besides that, we conduct these type of side events like what we are doing today, or an event that recently we partnered with Saudi Arabia during the Summit of the Future, precisely to speak about the future of aviation and how the young generations of professionals are required to contribute to this future. So these are the two main areas of work in which we, together with our member states and organizations like the Omani Civil Aviation Authority or the General Aviation Authority of Saudi Arabia, we work together in order to promote new professionals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I think you set the table, both of you, the President yourself, in terms of what ICAO does, the framework it provides to member states. Now I would like to turn to some specific examples, and I will start with His Excellency Abdulaziz Al-Duwelj, the President of the General Authority of Civil Aviation of Saudi Arabia. If you could tell us a bit about what you do in Saudi Arabia, to empower the youth in the aviation sector, and maybe future plans you may have. You just hosted the Future of Aviation Summit. So what do you envision?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express our sincere gratitude and thanks for the Sultanate of Oman for hosting this important summit, and for my brother and dear colleague, Engineer Naif Al-Abri, the President of the Civil Aviation of Oman, for the warm reception and the kind hospitality extended to us since our arrival in the beautiful city of Muscat. The subject today is really a dear subject to our hearts, especially that talks about the future of the industry, which is the youth. Just before I, focus on the Saudi example, just to put things in the right perspective, and I think I've heard a number of estimates on the international aviation future. I think, as mentioned, the global aviation industry is really going through fundamental structural changes. The travel propensity, I mean, in 1985, the total global travelers was about 1 billion travelers a year. This has doubled to 2 billion travelers in 2005. And by 2019, the number has reached about 4.5, 4.6 billion travelers a year, just pre-COVID. ICAO's estimates expect that the number of travelers by 2050 will exceed 12.5 billion travelers. This requires fundamental and structural, developments and changes in the industry. And the first is really the number of aircrafts. We expect the market to be about 50,000 aircrafts by the time. And this will entail about 2.4, you mentioned 2 million, but up to 2040, I think up to 2050, the number of new professionals that would be required will exceed 2.4 million, of which about 675 pilots and co-pilots, about 700 technicians, which we call under-the-wing technicians, and about 1 million cabin crew members. So the industry is really going through massive and exponential growth, and we all need to cooperate to provide the right training, the right development to attract talents. One of the key challenges that the industry is facing today, one is very known, which is the availability of aircrafts, and this is a common challenge. But the other key challenge is the human capital availability, and all countries and organizations led by the ICAO organization needs to really focus on how to ensure that we have the availability of the right, well-developed, trained talent, and also the retention of various talents. As mentioned by my dear colleague Juan Carlos, we've lost good number of experienced personnel in this industry during COVID, and it's going to take time for us to really recover that loss. And with the massive growth, this will really put a lot of pressure on the industry in general. The specific example of Saudi Arabia, the Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia has really revolutionized the workforce structure in the kingdom. In 2016, the women workforce or percentage of the workforce in the country was 16%. This has doubled by 2024, reaching about 35-36%, with a target of 40% of the total workforce. So this is a testament and an important example of the kingdom's commitment to gender equality and to the inclusion of women in different aviation, different industries and businesses, but in particular in the aviation industry. We really need to focus more on attracting talents. Not only the kingdom, I think most of the Gulf countries and other countries in the Middle East region, you have a very young generation. In Saudi Arabia, 60% of the generation is below 30 years with a median of 29 years. So the opportunities are vast. The youth and the new generations are going to be the future of aviation and other industries in our countries, and we are keen and committed to providing the right environment and support to ensure the continuity of the industry and the inclusion of all the sectors or the segments of the society.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And congratulations, for doing much better than many other states in terms of gender equality. You talked about the traction of, youth, but also workforce, of retention. You mentioned also innovation, and I would like to use that, to ask my next question to you, Your Excellency Naif Al-Abri. About Oman, what you've been doing in terms of attracting youth, but maybe more specifically, how you support youth-driven technological innovation, and how can that be used as a lever, to attract youth, but also to keep them and to feed into, the challenges, opportunities of the aviation sector in the future.
Thank you, Ambassador, and I want to welcome everyone once again to Oman. We are honored and thrilled to have you all in the Sultanate of Oman and specifically in Muscat. I must reiterate that this is the third youth session that we host. The first one was in the CALAF, Civil Aviation Legal Advisors Forum, CALAF 2, which was back in February 2023. The second one was on a forum related to the Sustainable Aviation Fuel, the SAF, that was in September. And again, this was in collaboration with ICAO back in September 2023. And it became as a trend for us doing any major events, specifically with ICAO and Oman, is that we have an added value session for the future generation. And I think it is an obligation and not just an accessory. It's an obligation on us as leaders of the aviation sector is really to enhance the attractiveness of the aviation sector. Sometimes it's believed that the aviation sector is a very vulnerable, risk-prone sector, but people don't see also the bright side of it, that it is a very structured, very innovative, agile and adaptable, and a very much enjoyable sector. And hence, having such sessions, I think it is key, and I hope that it gets adopted more and more in other member states. When it comes to innovation, Oman had been a pioneer in setting the regulation to start with. I think it is very important that as a regulator, we focus and position ourselves as an enabler. And I keep reminding our team that whilst we are a regulator, we need to be perceived as an enabler and adaptable to future technologies. And this starts really in setting the regulatory part of it. We have set at a much early path when it comes to the, for example, unmanned air vehicles, and when it comes to the air activities, for example. And a recent example was yesterday, during the gala dinner, we signed the first license for an Omani entity to manage the UTM and the drone system on a national level. And I think this is a big milestone, and hopefully it will manage and pave the way and open really the new path for the hobbyists and the lovers of the drones. Because every time I meet the youngsters, they're asking us, when are you do something to enable us to fly our drones in a safe manner? And I must say, yesterday was a big milestone in that regard. When it comes to the other aviation-related activities, we have paved the way for a lot of new technologies related to, for example, the academia side of things, where we have accredited at least 3 academic academies when it comes to training new technologies to our youngsters. The hot air ballooning, for example, we already accredited 3 entities on that regard, again, related to youths and what have you. It is very much linked, of course, to the safety and security of aviation. We must reiterate that this always, innovators are always, 2 steps at least ahead of the regulator's side. As much as we're open-minded, we try to catch up with them. They keep, innovating new areas. We are very much, engaging with the youth by also hearing and listening to them. And one good example is that we have partnered up with passionists of pilots, young pilots, engineers, and others in setting up a new platform, which we called AFAQ platform. And this is a team, and I think some of them are already attending here. This is the Glimpse team. They were very much passionate about sharing the knowledge to their peers, to their younger brothers and sisters about aviation in general, and ensuring that they don't fall in the trap that they probably have fallen, themselves. And, in a quick discussion with them, they've requested a partnership with Civil Aviation Authority, and we did open our doors and facilities. And in one event which I have attended myself, there were over 450 youngsters, to the level of school, actually, school students who have attended, but also passionate about aviation. One of them was wearing actually a pilot, and I think he was, 7th grade or something. It shows that there is, people want to know about the sector. Sometimes we have closed our doors, unfortunately, but maybe it was not unintentional, but probably, with the, being occupied with priorities. But we have set the path for partnership. They've opened also a studio that they're doing monthly hosting with the different aviation experts, and they invite the youth as well from various colleges and universities and other hobbyists to really spread the word about the various, they've invited pilots, they've invited engineers, air traffic controllers, others in the airport operation, for example. This all in all really sets the path in partnership with the youth. The openness of new technologies, I mean, when we talk about advanced air mobilities, for example, it's a challenge. But the opportunity that it also poses, and the fact that it will become the new norm, is something that we need to open up with the youth as well. I think this is also important as, again, as a regulator who's kind of the guardian of the safety and security of aviation. We have to be very much open-minded and really listen to our customer. And the customer today are the youth.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I look forward to hearing from the customers, a bit later. But thank you for bringing them, a big group here. I will now turn to a regional perspective to you, Mr. Abdel Manar. You're the Director General of the Arab Civil Aviation Organization. I would like to hear you about the initiatives that the organization is undertaking to support gender in aviation, but also more generally, how you cooperate among the membership of the organization, to bring about some results both on gender equality, but youth innovation.
Thank you, Ambassador Goulet. For me, it's the second time I take part to a session dedicated to youth here in Oman. And for this, I would like to thank His Excellency Naif Labri for keeping this good practice. And for me, I hope that for you also, it could be the main opportunity to see how you could be in the future. Look at persons behind you, but also look at us in the panel in front of you. I think most of us are motivated by what we are doing in aviation to make it sustainable for our generation and also the next ones. Arab Civil Aviation Organization is a specialized organization at the level of the League of Arab States. And according to this, our organization is committed to respect the League of Arab States regulation concerning the employees, women and men, to respect the balance between them, but also the possibility to access to any position in the organization. This is at the level of the secretariat of the organization, but also, in addition, in the framework of modernizing our internal procedures, especially regarding human resources, we created a small, we call it a small ethic committee composed of 3 persons. One of them is a lady with a higher diploma, and their role is to try, to create a positive environment for the work for all the employees and try to solve any issue that should not be maybe reported to the administration and go with the rules, the administrative rules, which are not especially good for them, but to save and to keep a good environment for these employees. At the level of the governance, yes, we have a General Assembly composed of ministers in charge of aviation, and we have Executive Committee and Council and many committees, and the member of these committees are proposed by the civil aviation authorities, and in some of them we have women members, and in some of them we have women that headed these committees. We had also the opportunity to, to support the candidacy of women in our organization for a high level, for senior positions in international organizations. Maybe His Excellency, President of the Council, remember the campaign we were making for a candidate from from an Arab country with the support of the ministers in charge of aviation in our countries. This is what I can say for this. The second question was about the environment.
The cooperation within the region, in implementing the different initiatives.
In implementing?
The initiatives, either on gender, the programs that you have.
Well, in fact, we are the main framework for the employees in the Arab Civil Aviation Authorities with respect to their specialization. And we have a kind of forums to open discussions for several items that could be of interest, the common interest of the civil aviation authorities. And the outcomes of these forums are examined by our committees, and with this we try to reach an agreement on the positions, on the actions to take for the future, for the common interests of the Arab countries.
Thank you, Monsieur Manar. I will turn to your neighbor on the right, Ahlam. So you're the CEO of Sharkia Aviation. Before the panel, we were discussing about your company. It's a relatively small, new, young, I think 5-year-old company. You are a walking example of, what it means to be a woman, to be a leader. Maybe you can say a few words about how within Sharkia Aviation you try to support youth, but also maybe a balanced workforce.
First of all, thank you very much and welcome to Oman. Assalamu alaikum. I'd like to extend my gratitude to His Excellency Engineer Naif for this invitation and inclusion. As you've mentioned, Sharkia is quite a small company. We commenced several years ago, around 5 now. We are on our 5th year in operation. And from commencement, the shareholders and the board members had a very adamant direction into empowering youth. And we have a modest experience, due to our size, but from commencement again, we've hired 3 apprentices with a diploma degree in engineering, and the company sponsored them, supported them, and guided them to attain their engineering certification with the requirements of Oman CAA, and we've passed that a couple of months ago, and currently we are planning on type rating them in Germany to be able to provide the services for us. In addition, we are replicating the same experience with passionate employee, as Mr. Naif has mentioned, or Engineer Naif has mentioned, that passion is quite a big element in our industry. He demonstrated a lot of passion towards flying, and the company is supporting him to attain his pilot degree in helicopters, and then we'll type rate him eventually. So yes, there is a quite strong direction or directive internally, and as well as from the board members to empower youth within the organization, again, despite our small size and challenging market environment.
Thank you very much. I will now turn to Anita, who is a fellow representative on the Council. You're also the current chair of the small group on gender of the Council of ICAO. You and I have had several opportunities to discuss gender equality initiatives, including mentoring, role modeling, and so many other initiatives. I wonder if you could say a few words about what Ghana is doing, what Africa is doing, and your thoughts on maybe the small group as well.
Thanks, Anik. Thanks for the opportunity, and thanks to the lovely people of Oman. Your winter is lovely. Now, on mentorship, I believe you cannot become what you do not see. Mentorship, from my experience, I believe, is a key driving force towards actualization of youth empowerment and gender equity in the aviation system. But mentorship does not stand alone. It comes with other baskets of measure. And it should come with policy guidance from government level, industry collaboration, role modeling, advocacy, awareness, campaigns, training, education. And I always use myself as an example. Having been in industry for over 32 years, I started very early. At the age of 8, I had 3 career options. I was either going to be a housewife, a colonel in the army, or a helicopter pilot. And it was just based on what I saw between my mom, my dad, and his best friend. And it's no wonder that my brother became a security expert in aviation, and my daughter is right now in flight school. So mentorship is what you see. And I believe that we should catch them young. You start young. At the age of 13 and 15, I had won 2 awards as the best female science student in 2 high schools. And for my award, the government took myself and other females to a STEM camp where we were pampered. For 2 weeks, we were sent on tours to organizations with STEM-based opportunities. And then we had intense exposure to STEM-based careers. And that was what landed me in the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority. And I found my passion for air traffic control. So I became the first female licensed air traffic control. And after 15 years as an air traffic controller, the work environment allowed me to study aerodrome design and airspace planning. And then I moved on to become the first woman aviation safety inspector with the Safety Regulations Department. But it didn't end there. I went on to become the manager for aerodrome standards, and then later the upskilling policies of the Ghana Civil Aviation gave me training in UKCAA, FAA, NTSB, ICAO, GSI courses on personnel licensing, airworthiness, flight operations, personnel licensing, accident investigation with the NTSB, and I became the Deputy Director, Safety Regulation, with oversight responsibility of flight operations, airworthiness, AGA, ANS, security, and ground handling. So the opportunities are there, but we need to catch them young. And further, with a postgraduate diploma in environmental management and a master's in public administration, I became a candidate to become the representative of Ghana to ICAO. And finally, I'm now currently responsible for the ECOWAS region, 15 ECOWAS states. And finally, as chairperson for gender, building on what the ICAO Secretary General and ICAO President have spoken about, there's quite a lot that the small group on gender is doing, Anik. And taking over from your good self, Anik, we are following in your good steps what you started. And based on the outcomes of the ICAO Gender Summit in Spain, as the President and the Secretary have spoken, ICAO is focused on data collection. And then we're looking at having a global ambassador program to address mentorship, role modeling, and advocacy. And then subsequently, we are looking at having a global study that helps us focus our very limited resources on reducing bottlenecks and stereotypes and biases that women face in our industry. The ICAO President and Secretary are passionate about youth empowerment and gender equity, and we in ICAO are doing and will do everything to empower youth and women in the aviation industry. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Anita. You're not only an inspiration for Ghanaian young women, but also, I must say, for all of us around the console table. So thank you for sharing your experience. We're running out of time, but I would like to take maybe 2 or 3 questions. Please, if your question is about training or some more practical information, look at the website of the CAA, or please talk to some of the colleagues in the booth of the CAA here in the exhibition hall. I know that some of the panelists have other commitments, but let's take maybe a few questions, if I may. So, yes, I see one hand. I will go to you, and maybe someone can bring a mic. It will take just 2 minutes. And then I can go to all of you for last thoughts, but I'd like to hear from the young people in the room. So we'll go with the first question, just here.
So my question is touching on the point of gender balance. So what specific steps can we take to encourage more young women to join the aviation of cybersecurity sectors? And most importantly, do you think that their contribution would differ significantly from their male counterparts in terms of addressing modern challenges?
Is your question for one of the panelists or all of them?
Just anyone.
Okay. Would you like to start? Oh.
Thank you. I think when it comes to cybersecurity, it's a very niche area. We know that we have scarcity of capacity when it comes to cybersecurity, and specifically on cybersecurity in aviation. And this is an area that, of course, ICAO and its member states is really focusing on that. There have been multiple discussions on cybersecurity, and of course, this is one of the events that really dwelled in it. When it comes to, ladies' participations specifically and women's participation, normally women, they have a different eye than men when it comes to security and how they perceive the world, which is complementary to how men look at things. So I would definitely invite the participation in the general aviation security when it comes to the woman participation. By the way, I don't see that this is a challenge of today. At least I can speak on behalf of Oman today. We have very good representation from the women when it comes to the security personnel. And specifically the cybersecurity personnel as well, on a nationwide, I'm talking specifically. So how can we make it more attractive as leaders, I think grooming the young talents in that area to become very specialized in it is something that we are obliged to do. And I think we are setting the path to it. We are at a CA level. We have recently recruited a few individuals to dwell into that niche area, because I know it is a current and a future challenge, especially with the widespread of the digital era. And you know, it is, I think it is increasing more and more in the wider spectrum of aviation. And I think the more capacity and capability that we have in this specific area, I think it's something that we will be looking forward to.
I'd like to add.
Just to complement what His Excellency Engineer Naif said, I think the cybersecurity positions or functions suits more female than male, especially if we compare it with physical activities like the MRO or technicians under the wing. And this is an extremely important talent and expertise and professional that is the demand for which is growing rapidly, especially that we are now working toward seamless travel experiences. One of the key objectives that the industry is trying to achieve is really to smoothen the travel experience and make it seamless from the minute you enter the airport until the minute you board the airplane. All the steps today, or most of the steps, have been digitized when it comes to issuing boarding pass, dropping luggage, passport control also is done now electronically. What is remaining is the security inspection. And this is mainly related to security in general, and cyber to deal with it in particular. So these are the functions that are qualitative, that requires knowledge, engineering capabilities, programming, and I think this is a major area where I see females can surpass, with all due respect to male, this function with. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. I'll take, yeah, I know you want to comment on this, Mr. Secretary General. Then we'll take maybe one last question.
Just to add in the same line as His Excellency Abdulaziz, the role model that was mentioned by Anita before, in the case of the Aviation Cybersecurity Panel of ICAO, which is the panel of experts, worldwide experts on cybersecurity, both the chair and vice chair are female.
Thank you for this very important information. I think we have another panelist eager to answer that question. If you can go briefly, and then we'll go to a last question.
I'll make it very brief. It's not an answer, it's just a discussion. You've asked about what's the added value of a female in the aviation industry. I'm a little bit biased, but I don't like those kind of questions, because a male colleague of yours would never ask that. They are confident about their added value, and I think we need to change the mindset a bit. I was lucky this morning. I flew into Muscat, and the co-pilot was Captain Shada Al-Blushi, and it drew such a huge smile on my face to have a female. She never asked what's her added value. She embarked on her career, and she took upon a job that nobody has taken before, I'm assuming. We don't have a lot of female pilots, Omani female pilots. And she just went through the training. She's doing her due diligence to hierarchy through her career, and I wish her all the best. I don't know her personally. I just heard her voice today in the plane. I remember when I was younger, I wanted to be a pilot. My family told me, no, it's a male career, because you need to travel all the time, and you need to be home, and women don't fly planes because of the occupational hours. Mind you, a flight attendant, or in most airline, flight attendants are women. So how come it's okay to be a flight attendant, but not okay to be a pilot? So it's a mindset, the mindset of control, the mindset of being in charge. And it has to change from within us in order for us to be able to embark in any industry. I'm grateful I was the first engineer in my field of industry in my previous life. And it wasn't challenging, it wasn't difficult, it was just we needed somebody to do it, to be first, and then many other females joined in. So these are all mental barriers that we need to get over with, and then the field is all yours to play with.
Thank you very much for sharing those thoughts. In the spirit of gender equality, maybe I'll take one question from the male side of the row, the front row, and we'll try to make the answer short to allow our panelists to leave. And I see one hand there. If the mic could be brought to this person. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Jumal Azri from School of Law, Sultan Qaboos University. And actually, I would like to ask the President of the International Council and also the General Secretary of the Arab Organization. I'm glad to hear from His Excellency Abdulaziz about the percentage of female in the labor sector in Saudi Arabia, and I'm glad for that because this is not the case in other neighboring countries. I mean the equality between men and women in the labor sector. And also I'm glad to hear from His Excellency Engineer Naif Al-Abri about the new regulation, about the new technology and civil aviation. My question is, what kind of policy that the international organization or the Arab organization have to encourage the to encourage the gender equality in terms of legislation? Because what I heard from the Secretary General are focusing only in enhancing educational and skilled sectors. So which kind of policy that you have as an organization to encourage the countries, the country members in your councils to ensure that kind of equality? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So it was many questions in one. Maybe I will give the last words, concluding words to the President of the Council and the Secretary General. I apologize to the others, but I know that we have very limited time. So maybe briefly about the policies, Mr. President and Mr. Secretary General.
Yes, several questions. So let's put in this way. ICAO has encouraged states to develop policies, not legislation. Legislation is a different instrument. ICAO normally does invite to introduce legislations. Some countries some representatives during the summit talk about quota that could be introduced by legislation. Personally, I don't like very much, but the concept could be used to force states. But the policies, yes. And the policies are related, and when I refer to the beginning, to the summit and the call for actions with the 26 actions, most of them are directed to states. In order to, one of them, for example, is to develop national policies to facilitate access to women to the working environment of the contest. One other recommendation was to create decent work conditions. That is something that somebody is not well considered, but to facilitate the access of women to aviation requires at the same time that the working conditions would be appropriate to facilitate. So it's again a matter of policy. So I want to just to underline that what ICAO does is to promote and to entrust states to undertake initiatives at the national levels. Of course, periodically we refresh, we review where we are, And unfortunately, I wanted to underline again the statistics in aviation, and this is a general statistic, are not positive. And we stress again the recommendation to states to progress. This is the approach that we do, and there is a lot of room to be done. This same event, and I wish to thank very much the President of the Civil Aviation Authority of Oman for having proposed the inclusion of this segment. Tomorrow we have a segment for ministerial segment, but this is a segment that can produce some specific outcomes. Because yes, there is the presence of youth, but there is a presence of states. The states that are present here have the opportunity to remember that there are recommendations, that there are instruments that they should follow, and this is the best way that could follow, ICAO could follow to support, to reach, or to make progress on the gender equality.
Thank you. Maybe before you say a few words, Mr. Secretary General, I would just add that there is a network of focal points within ICAO for the member states to coordinate, policies, different discussions on working conditions, and so on. So please make sure that you know who is your focal point, and if you have questions or contributions, you can use them to communicate with other member states or with the organization. But
thank you very much. And to highlight what the President of the Council just mentioned, we don't have a regulatory or policy making in the area of gender. However, we are strongly guiding the member states and working with industry stakeholders in order to advance. By not benefiting from more female professionals and female dedicated to the aviation world, we are denying access to half of the population in the world, no less than that. So it's a necessity for the sector. And in that regard, we have a very ambitious roadmap ahead of us. It was adopted during the Gender Summit. We are launching a program that we call the Gender Ambassadors Program, and that's one of the initiatives that our member states will be listening, and hopefully the general public and more women around the world will start listening about this program that is going to be led by ICAO. And important to mention also, we expect that we recognize those states or those civil aviation systems that are performing better in their gender participation. That's also an initiative that we are discussing with the President of the Council and the small group on gender, among others. However, a lot of work is yet to be done, and we invite both male and female young professionals that are interested in aviation to work with us in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that's the end of our session. I hope you found it very inspiring. Thank you to the 7 panelists for your thoughts. Please, we should applaud them. A great session, and thank you for the initiative to organize this youth empowering session.
Thank you to our moderator as well, Ms. Annick Goulet. Thank you. And thank you to our panelists, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to the youth for adding value to this discussion and for your insights. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the session of the ICAO Security Week 2024, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all moderators, panelists, and participants for your valuable contributions. Your insights and active engagement have been instrumental in advancing our collective understanding of aviation security. I'm pleased to invite you to join tomorrow for the ministerial segment, a pivotal component of this week's proceedings. These sessions will feature high-level addresses and discussions, including the presentation and adoption of the Muscat Declaration, underscoring our shared commitment to enhancing global aviation security. It is now my honor to invite His Excellency, Engineer Naif bin Ali Al-Abri, President of the Civil Aviation Authority of Oman, to the podium to deliver the closing remarks.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي إخوان كارلوس سالازار الأمين العام لمنظمة الطيران المدني الدولي، معالي سلفاتوري شكيتانو رئيس مجلس منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، رؤساء الوفود، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. مع اختتام هذا الأسبوع الهام والمثمر، أود أن أغتنم هذه الفرصة لأعبر عن خالص امتناننا للسيد سلفاتوري شكيتانو رئيس مجلس المنظمة، والسيد خوان كارلوس سالازار الأمين العام لمنظمة الطيران المدني الدولي على قيادتهما الملهمة ودعمهما المستمر اللامحدود. لقد كان شرفا كبيرا لسلطنة عمان استضافة أسبوع الأمن لمنظمة الطيران المدني الدولي لعام 2024، وهو حدث بارز في مجال أمن الطيران والأمن السبراني. نحن ممتنون جدا للثقة التي أولتها الإيكاو لنا لتنظيم هذا التجمع الهام خارج مقرها الرئيسي. كما أود أن أتقدم بجزيل الشكر والعرفان لجميع مديري الجلسات والمتحدثين ومنسقي الورش الفنية الذين أسهمت إسهاماتهم القيمة في إنجاز هذا الأسبوع بشكل استثنائي. لقد أضفت خبراتكم وتفانيكم ثراء حقيقيا على المناقشات ونتائج هذا الحدث. وأخص بالشكر الممثلين المميزين من الدول الأعضاء في الإيكاو ومجلس الإيكاو والمنظمات الدولية وقادة الصناعة. إن مشاركتكم الفعالة تعكس التزاماً عالمياً بتعزيز قدرة الطيران المدني على مواجهة التهديدات المتطورة. كما لا ننسى شكرنا لكافة الرعاة الكرام الذين ساهموا في إنجاح هذا التنظيم الرائع لهذه النسخة من أسبوع الأمن لمنظمة الطيران المدني الدولي. لقد كان هذا الأسبوع منصة مميزة لتبادل أفضل الممارسات والأفكار المبتكرة وتعزيز الحلول التعاونية لتعزيز أمن الطيران والأمن السبراني على الصعيد العالمي. اسمحوا لي أن أستعرض بإيجاز بعض النقاط الرئيسة التي توصلنا إليها خلال مناقشتنا في هذا الأسبوع. تعزيز الاستدامة من خلال الأمن. ناقشنا كيفية مساهمة الأمن في استدامة صناعة الطيران مع التركيز على أساليب مبتكرة لضمان مرونة البنية الأساسية الحيوية أمام التهديدات المتطورة. مجال التعاون هو مفتاح الحل. أكدت الجلسات أن الأمن مسؤولية الجميع، مع تسليط الضوء على استراتيجيات عملية لمعالجة نقاط الضعف في القطاع. محور الابتكار والتكنولوجيا. احتفلنا ب80 عاماً من الإيكاو و50 عاماً من الملحق ال17 مع التأكيد على أهمية الابتكار والتعلم من الإنجازات السابقة لبناء مستقبل آمن للطيران. محور التصدي والتعامل مع التهديدات الجديدة. ناقش المشاركون كيفية التصدي للمخاطر الناشئة مثل الهجمات السبرانية وسوء استخدام أنظمة الطائرات بدون طيار من خلال استجابات استباقية ومنسقة. محور المبادرات العالمية لمكافحة الإرهاب. أكدنا أهمية التنسيق بين الوكالات والتعاون الدولي لحماية السماء مع التركيز
على تعزيز تنفيذ قرارات الأمم المتحدة المتعلقة بمكافحة الإرهاب. محور تمكين التنوع والشمولية. سلطت الجلسات الخاصة بالشباب والتوازن بين الجنسين الضوء على أهمية وجهات النظر المتنوعة في أمن الطيران لضمان مستقبل أكثر شمولاً ودينامية للقطاع. محور البنية التحتية الحيوية. ناقشت الجلسات أهمية تدابير مكافحة الطائرات بدون طيار والتقنيات الناشئة في الحد من المخاطر على عمليات الطيران والبنية الأساسية. إن استضافة هذا الحدث في سلطنة عمان كان امتيازاً كبيراً، ونحن فخورون للغاية باستقبال هذا الجمع المميز من خبراء الأمن في الطيران وأصحاب المصلحة. إن تبادلات الحية والتعاون المثمر الذي شهدناه هنا سيترك بلا شك أثراً دائماً ومستمراً. ومع ختام هذا الحدث أود أن أشكر فريق الإيكاو المخلص والرعاة الكرام وجميع من شارك في تنظيم هذا الحدث الاستثنائي. لقد ضمنت جهودكم الدؤوبة والتنسيق المثالي نجاح هذا الحدث العالمي الكبير. ضيوفنا الكرام، نتمنى لكم جدول ثقافي مثير ليوم بعد الغد تكتشفون فيه جمال سلطنة عمان. وفي الختام نتمنى لكم جميعا إقامة طيبة في عمان ورحلات آمنة إلى أوطانكم، حيث نتطلع إلى الترحيب بكم مرة أخرى في عمان في المستقبل القريب، بينما نواصل مسيرتنا المشتركة نحو مستقبل أكثر أمانا واستقرارا للطيران. شكرا لكم جميعا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, quick reminder, you're all invited to the ministerial segment tomorrow. Also, I would also like to ask you to please leave your headsets at the table, your headsets and receivers on the tables. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. Also, a quick reminder to register for the tour that's been arranged by ICAO Security Week Cultural Day. Today's your last chance to do so. And as I had mentioned earlier, this is the ideal time of year to visit Oman. So please utilize the opportunity to see it in all its glory. Thank you once again for your dedication and participation. I look forward to welcoming you tomorrow as we continue our collaborative efforts towards a secure and sustainable future in aviation with our ministerial segment. Thank you.